Boop, 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 boop.
Hello, hello. Hi, hi. Hi, Pinky. Hi, Dub. How you doing? Oh. What? Hey, Sanuki. Hi. Stinky. How you doing? Are they still faster? No, Pinky is like still very fast in terms of booping. Hope you are doing good. Oh my god, it's been a while, Sanuki. Oh, Sanuki, are you still in KL? Because I thought I saw something like I saw some pictures of you still in KL. Doing well, did a little sleep seems needed. Good. Sleep good. Pre-game work. Cool, alright, nice. Also, Dob, I noticed you with the stealth pet last night. Once I just it's like right after I raided, I saw a pet. It's like, who is that? Oh, still in KL. Ah, okay. Are you still like studying or something? Menace. No, right? I think you're just in KL. No? I don't know. I'm not gonna assume things. I'm gonna do some pre-game workout. Also, I'm totally not addicted to Skyrim. Also, today is definitely not gonna be... Yeah, I remembered. There's something I can remember, but most of the thing I don't remember. Weird. Trying to finish my thesis. Oh, okay. Oh, still have thesis. Ah, okay lah. Can. Good luck. You got this. Where do I put it? What do you guys want this word to be? I promise next week, or actually this week, art is coming back, alright? I promise. I don't know anymore. I'm too addicted to Skyrim. Alright, here, let's pull it here. Did Raid leave you behind, or did you manage to go back from that? I don't know. Oh yeah, also enjoy me moving in slow-mo because I have everything set to as shit as possible so that I can play Skyrim, alright? Honestly though, I do miss a little bit of art lately. Like, it's been too long. I miss doing some art. Ooh. 10 frames of recording per second? No, it's like it's like 4 frames at this point. Most raids leave me behind. Yeah, true. I remember most of the time when I've been lurking on streams, and then when they raid, and then they're just like, I got left behind. It happens too often, honestly. Gonna go BG, see you later. Okay, Zanuki. Okay, Zanuki. Good to see you again. Good luck with your thesis. You got this, okay? Twitch next to that, sadly, especially with the lack of hosts. Me has no idea where they went. Yeah, right? I still don't know why they remove hosts, honestly. So weird. Okay. This is good. A pre-game workout is all I need. Because I'll be sneaking for 10 years afterwards. My sneak is at level 83, by the way. Okay. How good I am? MS Paint? MS Paint? MS Paint, never used that before. To do a doodle at the start of stream? I guess it's good to jog the memory, right? Oh, I'm good. Let me catch my breath a little bit, alright? All good. Mobile unlocked, so my net is inconsistent, leading to glitches, getting left behind. Some redeems getting locked. Others saying I already redeemed them, points not updating. Oh, that happens to me a few times on PC as well. Oh! Oh man. All good. I'm okay. I'm totally fine. Don't worry about it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think the weirdest thing to me is that the points not updating whenever I redeem things. While your Texas recommend did influence my opinion, me to work on funny unicorn for now instead. Tested some Fred Bunsen combos. That makes too fluid? Oh, you're right. Too fluid, okay. Too fluid. 3? Okay. No, only 2. Pretty kind of fun, right? So if you have the multi-brain, you can control 2 characters at once. It's like kind of fun. I can definitely see how Fred is pretty fun. Oh. Oh yeah, also with Vortex, it downloaded something. Here, let me open up Vortex real quick. Oh my god. I shouldn't be tired this long, right? This is weird. Okay, let me see. Vortex. Oh my god, this gets shit on me. I forgot my phone is just right here. Oh yeah, Vortex auto downloaded this. Hi SC. Here, let me update myself real quick. I'll put myself here. Updates usually cool. It downloaded this Skyrim script extender, and I vaguely remember you guys telling me about this. I don't know. Maybe this is good. Maybe this is gonna help. I don't know. But hopefully that works. That one is good. Okay, good, nice, very very nice. Now I can play game. So voice meter is on. CC is on. Oh. There's one that's very important. Oh, okay. No reason not have that. Okay, good. Good. So if I just open up the game here, is it gonna activate this as well? Since I figured last time I downloaded Vortex, it doesn't have this. And then it was afterwards when I poke around Vortex, and then Vortex downloaded this thing. I was like, oh, cool. Go so is every similar game that has it as well. It is like bones in the body, makes you function. You need to launch through Vortex. Okay. So games, I think? This one, right? I think just open. Here, let me close this. I'm loving this one. Like the Monster Hunter Village themes. Very, very nice. Open. Uh-oh. It's not here. On the top little play button. On the top. Oh, this thing? Does it open through Steam? Just be careful about Steam Cloud when launched via mod client. Steam likes to not do cloud updates sometimes. So what do I need to do to avoid that? Question mark. It happened to you? Oh god. Also, this game is very fucking soft, by the way. So I have a few things I want to tell you guys. One very important thing I want to say. My pink skin tone is gone. Cloud is not that important. Like, see, you look at my character. My character is like becoming vampire. I don't know why. And then every time it goes in the morning, and then my character is just like, oh, I fucking hate sun. And then my character doesn't want to recover health and stamina. It's like, what the fuck, man? I don't know when this happened. Becoming a vampire do this? Is there a way to reverse this? Also, I contracted vampirism. Good job. How the fuck did I do that? Oh yeah, so okay, before anything, so quests, alright, I did this, right, I spoke to, I did the Grey Mane, I retrieved the Dawnbreaker now, it's in my chest, I killed Sadia. Oh, this one is like, okay. This one, we know about this one. Yeah, I guess that's about everything that I've done. Not much. I did kill a bunch of giants currently. Right? I just shot once while sneaking and then run away hiding. So yeah, now I'm not gonna do this. It's too far from Whiterun. Maybe I could do Nettlemane? I don't know. Downguard, don't know. Maybe I should do this. This is like the main line, right? Also, I don't know what the rest of these are. Here's like a bunch of things. Also, there's like participating in drinking contests. Like, huh? I don't know. I could slowly do some of these. Like this one. This one is like what I got yesterday when I get into here. There's like one people in there that wants me to retrieve the amulet of Archie. Shrine is too late. Gonna quest that now? Quest what? Yay for new way of life. No, I don't like my pink tone is gone. I'm now pale. I want my pink back. Oh yeah, also sorry if let me do something real quick. I'm gonna make the game slightly louder for y'all because this game is like very fucking soft. Like very, very soft. There, and this game is slightly louder. There's one person here that wants the amulet here. This guy. This guy wants the amulet. Guess I'm gonna do every single quest now. Also, I've been playing with alterations. Oh yeah, also I upgraded my Elven Battle Axe. It's now flawless. And my Elven Bow is flawless. I got my Elven Dagger. I still cannot upgrade this one. It says that I cannot upgrade things that has been enchanted. I've been using Frostbite Venom with my bow lately. So yeah, that's the thing that I learned. Also, I've been playing with Oak Flesh. Oak Flesh good. Like Oak Flesh OP. Now I can do double Oak Flesh. Uh-oh. Oh yeah. My two hands very strong right now. Look at that. I'm liking my two hand. Should be a quest added that says like cure do vampirism. Cure do vampirism. Quest, right? Oh, is it this one? Thalion Immortal is rumored to have studied vampires. It's so this one. Okay, I'm gonna do that afterwards. Should have read the thing, huh? This is what I get for not reading at all. Steel? Oh, it's Sadia. Oh. Thanks for money. So yeah, I like Oak Flesh. Oak Flesh has defense, and I can wear... Oh yeah, speaking of clothes, I have a few new clothes here. Look at this. This is quite the collection I have. My personal favorite is this one. This one looks very soft. I like it. This one is pretty good. There's a few that I like. This one is also really good. This one is not bad. Has a bit of an armor look to it. This one is like the only red one with inner clothing. It's pretty good. Yeah, this one. This one's pretty good. Looking for a citizen? Yeah. I mean, I'm liking the dress. I'm liking the dress looks in this game. Pretty good. Who wants to get bonked? Who wants to get bonked? What is that? I got 2 unusual gem now. right? Yeah, also I've been getting madness ore, and I got, oh yeah, I killed a big centurion last night, and I got this thing, and I'm gonna sell it. I got the Chaurush chitin as well. You know, all the Dwemer things. I killed like the big centurion. I feel so good about it. Yeah, I have 2 unusual gem. They say it's a quest item. Don't even know what to do with it. Okay. Oh, that was surprisingly easy. I thought there's gonna be a lot more enemies. It's just 3 skeletons. Hey, I got it for you. Also, I don't know why I get to choose this.
I spend so much time among the dead, I sometimes forget how... Oh, thank Archay! Please, take this gold for your troubles.
How much? 15? You only gave me 15 gold? Oh wow, I will cut you down right now. Oh yeah, speaking of gold, I have quite a bit of gold. I have 8,700 gold, and I think I have another 5,000 in my chest. So like last time, remember when I said that Whiterun Guard is very corrupted? Yes, they are very corrupted. They gave me 10 crime gold, and they keep wanting to confiscate the things I've stole and the 10 gold. So I figure that I can sneak into my home, put everything into the chest, only leaving 10 gold on me, and pay for my crimes. Yeah. so they only took 10 gold from me, and nothing else. My lusty Argonian maid is fine. It's in the chest. My lusty Argonian maid book is fine. Still haven't found like any new lusty Argonian maid, which is kind of sad. Smart, right? You did questing like a big girl. I'm the best. Stuff like that is why we didn't care much about rewards. True, the reward is like a little bit less, to be honest. So I've been doing bounty quest with like Proventus, whatever that name is. They keep wanting me to kill giants, and it's like, what the fuck? Giants are so hard to kill. Okay, there it is. The lusty Argonian maid, the most important book. Oh, hi Ion Agenda. Hello, hello. Welcome in. You have been among the one who figured out the free house exploit before it was fixed. Free house? So yeah, now Lydia is here. Oh, Lydia, I don't know how to... So I have a bunch of things here. My Dragonborn and Scale is here. Yeah, I have another 5,000 gold here. Could just take all of them out. I pressed the wrong button. I hate... Oh god. Okay, wait a minute. I pressed the wrong button. I'm so stupid. I should just sell these, right? Yeah, I don't need these. Okay, put one of each of these. Oh yeah, also I made myself a scaled armor. This is like just in case if I ever need to fight something that's quite strong. Then I can always wear the armor, cast Orc Flesh, and it's all good. Okay, at least store one of everything. Stolen? Oh, silver and moonstone. silver and moonstone looks so much better. I want this one. Yeah. Okay, so I guess this thing I can sell for some money. I was wearing... Which one again? Yeah, I was wearing this one. Store. Let's scroll. So people said, me buy a house and put the gold into a container before the dialogue was over. How did they even do that? There was a day between saying I will buy and paying. Oh my god. The cheats. Also, I've been making a lot of potions. Oh yeah, let me show you guys one picture. So there's one potion that I found that sells for so much. Yeah, this one, but it's so small. See this? 662. It's Creep Cluster, Giant Toad, and glowing mushroom. Oh my god, it sells for so much. I was like, okay, I have to take this picture. So yeah, I remember, was it Dance Herb saying that Giant's Toad is pretty strong? Yeah, Giant's Toad is really good. 662 though. Very strong. Me likey. That's a lot of money. Also here. Of course I have scale armor. Yeah. I should put this in. Madness Ingot, Madness Ore, Mammoth Tusk, Moonstone Ore, Quicksilver. I could put this in. I cannot put the drum in. It says the... Yeah, it's a quest item. And also this one. I'm still overweight though. I'm still too thick. I'm too thick. Okay, I'm not thick anymore. Alright, all good. Well, I guess I'm gonna focus on removing this. Speak to Phalion. In Mortal, I assume that's a place name. Quest item with weight, best idea ever. I will cry. It's honestly so terrible. What do you mean quest item with weight? It's so sad. Do they never take into consideration that, you know, I don't know what to do with the... don't know what to do. The quest item is gonna be there for a long time. Oh yeah, also in terms of Smith. Oh. Let me get ready. Go up. Go up. Small. It's small. Small. I've been doing height braces because it requires 2 leather strips. And 1 leather. Like that. Perfect. And then also iron dagger. Oh, but I'm out of leather. Here, let me just hide behind here. So I figured I can just throw things down and it's not gonna despawn somehow, which is cool. Where's the? Oh wait, I made this. Sorry. Also, maybe I can like disenchant this? Question mark. I want my pink tone back. I don't want to look like this. I mean, the red eye is cool, but I want my pink skin back. So we're gonna focus on trying to remove this vampirism. Although, let me go back to Dragon's Reach real quick. There's like a disenchantment table. Or enchantment table. To stop the meme, the quest item shouldn't add any weight. No idea why they even have that number. True. I mean, a quest item's a quest item. It's gonna be there for a little bit. Or forever, if you're me. Now that's a bit of a problem, isn't it?
Heard about you and your honeyed world.
Misled lots of people though? Yeah, people don't know if that's a quest item or not. Oh, I already have this? Oh, then I can sell it. I can wait for the place to open. Okay, where is Mortal? Where is Mortal? Are you Mortal? Oh, you are Mortal. Okay. We travel by foot? We travel by foot because I'm a vampire. People think they have weight because, well, it says it has weight when it doesn't. Oh, so it doesn't have any weight even though it says it has any weight? That's weird. That's very weird. Oh yeah, since I be traveling by foot, figured I should drink this. 2 vegetable soup. There are ones with over 20 weight, so they'll be mighty annoying. Yeah. So it's just a misleading information then. Like quest items don't have weight, even though it says that it has. Alright, to Mortal we go. It's that blue. Oh hi!
We are creatures. Take a look.
Good, I have something to sell you. Do you want this? Too bad you're taking it. Also, I can sell this one. Because I have scaled armor. Ring of Illusion. You can have this. Don't worry about it. Potions. I have a bunch of potion. You can have this. What's 5 health? This one is too good. I'm gonna sell it. Minor healing. Magica. Oh wait, I sold all my thing. I should make a new bunch of potions. Yeah, I have a lot of ingredients. Good. Oh yeah, also I got the new Argonian account book. Don't know what those are, but I'm taking it because it has it has Argonian in it. Sell. You want this? What else? Here, you can have this. It's too heavy. Alright, thank you.
Your road lead you to warm sands.
Right, we're going to Mortal to remove this fucking vampire thing. I hate it. I don't like the vampire. It removes my skin tone. I'm now white. I become Angmo. Oh, hi, Dead Serbs. Hello, fellow lock lickers. Lock lickers? That's new. Hi, Dead Serbs. Welcome in. Dead Serbs, look. My character looks like crap. Look. It's normal pink. I'm white as book. And my eyes are red. I don't know when I got this vampirism thingy and I hate it. As new as the invention of horse, huh? Lock lickers. You know, every time I see bones like this, I have the urge to want to go in and press take. Because Monster Hunter games always have this and I need to like... Some vampire pissed on you with red piss? What the fuck? I mean, yeah, I did fight with a few vampire, I think. Yeah, I did. But I don't know if they actually pissed on me. Who won fight? Who won fight? Come here. Oh, you cannot block that. Come here. Boop. Uh-oh, we have a mage. Uh-oh, we have a mage. Oh, we have a mage. Oh, we have a mage. That's right. Don't even need my scale armor, bitch. Oh, hi. Who the fuck? Yeah, that's right. Left and right. You cannot aim, you little shit. Get cut! No! I hate mage. I abhor them. Come here, little shit. You like shooting arrows, huh? You like shooting arrows? You like shooting arrows? Huh? Ugh. That's right. Oh, shit! Oh, that's a new one. The answer is yes. Usually yes by default. Maybe. Scale armor, are you a Master Smith now? Kinda. Head, play with it. Can I play with the head? How can I play with the head? Oh yeah, I should have used a shout. I forgot. Firebolt. Can I like do a dragon? Oh, oh shit! Even human? Whee! That's a win in my book.
Hello.
Oh,
and welcome.
Choco for all. Wow! Thank you for the follow. Appreciate. Where's my choco? I like chocolate. Hi Brian. Welcome in, Brian. Deft hands. Ooh. Blessed steel sword. Ooh. Money. All I see is money. I need money. Oh yeah, also I have dagger. Sometimes because I have the sneak, I think. I have the sneak perk. Where the dagger sneaking will do 15 times damage. This one. Yeah. See, I got this one. And I did it once. It's so satisfying. Like one step at the back, they die. It's so stonk. Well, I don't know what this place is, but I'm out. And to destroy this, I don't want to become a vampire. And this, I need to go to Mortal, right? Yeah, here's Mortal. Alright, better keep going. Need to remove that vampire crap. Dagger stonk? Yeah, dagger is very stonk. Oh. Mammoth? Giant? No? Alright. Do I can you go Droxen or go Droxen? Honestly, all of them works. Which one you prefer? Gosh, I want Oh shit, I'm so strong. Wait a minute. It's amazing that there's still people who haven't tried this game till today. Played it when it first came out. Oh my god. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I never knew about this game. Like, this game allows me to play as a lizard, and then has a lot of dragons. Somehow it passed by my radar, and now I'm playing it. And I'm what was that? And I'm very happy. Yeah, this game has been amazing so far. Albeit I don't like being a vampire, because in the morning I cannot regenerate my stamina. Uh-oh. Oh, that's a strong looking thing. Labyrinthian? Okay. Oh my god, you're so fucking strong. Dude, you're so strong. Okay, good. Alright. All good, all good. Is there more? There are mods for dragons that I think you'll like. Ooh. If there are mods for dragons, I'll like it. Anything has to do with dragons, I'll like it. What am I looking at? Oh. Don't worry about it. Yeah, don't worry about it. This is normal, right? This is normal. Yeah. Who needs walking where you can just fly? Okay, I think I can just cut them down. Oh, we have another troll. I've been seen. Alright, I'm too late. Let's go, let's go. Come here, bitch. Oh my god, pain. Nice. Good thing I added a lot of points to my two-handed weapons. I always love two-handed stuff, like two-handed weapons, two-handed greatsword, or like big weapons in general, big bonk. Something about them is just very satisfying. Cut them like onions they are. Onion. Are you gonna come up here? I don't know what that was. Oh shit! Oh. This is bad, isn't it? Okay, one down, one down, one down. I need healing. I need healing. Alright, all good, all good. Now I'm ready, now I'm ready. Come here, come here, come here. Woo! Oh my god, that's so painful. Ugh! Ow! Oh no, I didn't save. Well. Well, well, well. Oh no, fuck. Oh crap. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Hi. I wish they made two-handed stuff more viable compared to one hand plus shield or spell. Oh, is it that bad? Hello, Mr. Super Sexy Kobold. Wow. Hi. Hi, tree. Oh yeah, she day by the way. Yeah. Who wants to see a kobold be a helicopter? Well, they saw it. I hate it. I didn't save. Moisturize? Alright, I will. I need more health. Or I have 1 point, right? Let's get two-handed. Now I'm ready. It's okay, tree.
Tools, wares, and weapons, all for sale at fair prices.
Yeah, it's fine.
The warm sand.
I can understand too, since you know my voice and everything. So I sell some things for you. A bunch of things here. And some potion. I remember taking all your money as well. Alright, nice.
May your road lead you to warm sands.
Yeah, I still have the marker on. Really gonna get that vampire off. Maybe I should have gotten stamina. But I think it's all good. Oh, I have one question. I was hoping that you guys might know about this. So I have a bunch of soul gems. Like this one is like filled with grand soul, and this one is like empty. And I was like, how do I even get them? See, this one's all empty, and then this one is only got lesser, only 2. Do you guys know how to get the petty ones, or like just get them filled with soul? Any ideas? Because I have no idea. I feel like I'm gonna need a lot of these because I need these things to enchant my equipment. Been any guild? Have I joined any guild yet? I haven't joined any guild yet. I took all the merchants' money in both River and Whiterun. Ooh. Can you take them? And I just started the game. You're rich. Well, I didn't do any of those. I think I'm playing the game as basic as possible. Crab. Did the crab just went into that crab just got him and the crab went into the floor. Oh my god. I need the meat. Alright, so we killed a bunch of enemies here. Going in. Souls are stolen on death and trapped by enchanting weapon or casting soul trap from conjuration. Oh. So I need a certain oh fuck. No mages allowed. Oh fuck, that's so painful. I should probably heal up. Strafen. I'm stuck. Oh! Help. Okay, I should heal. Holy shit, so far away. There are certain weapons that have enchantment that if you kill a target in a certain time, it fills up soul gem. That seems really strong. Feels like I need it. It's a bit of a bother to refill the meat things, but better than running around with an empty weapon. I mean, my weapon is empty, but I can shout. I have to shout. It's level 2, I think. Yeah, see, air battle. And if I shout, it's gonna be so fast. They don't even know what hit them. Alright. Bitch. I was waiting for this. Hey, who wants to come in? Oh, wait, there's only one of you. Can I do this? Yeah, you think you can shoot me from there? There's a reason we tell people to shout at attackers? Oh. I should go for the mage first, right? I'm gonna wait for them to come in. Wake up! Cut. You picked the wrong house! I think there's some quest that gives you an infinite soul stone. Spoiler? Oh. I'm not knowing where to look for it though, or what it's called. That's good enough. Does it count as a sort of spoiler or not? I'm just kind of confused. I think it's not really too heavy of a spoiler. It's just some item. I think that's okay-ish in my book. Yeah, that's pretty okay in my book. Like, tell me about an item. It's a soulstone. I think technically I know what soulstone is. Technically? No, Pinky, it's fine. I understand. Don't worry about it. Since I did say that this is a blind playthrough, if someone did like spoil me too much, I'll just tell them about it. I personally think that the infinite soulstone thing is okay-ish. Oh, I should save. There. Maybe I should reach there before morning arrives, because morning is bad for me now. Like when it's the morning, I cannot even regenerate everything, anything at all. My health don't regenerate, stamina don't regenerate, magicka don't regenerate. It's tough. Okay, and then over here there's like a few trolls I need to fight. Have I been seen? I feel like I've been seen. Oh no, I'm hidden. Okay. Here comes peak Skyrim gameplay. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Ooh, that's a lot of damage. My oak flesh is gone. My oak flesh is gone. I love a pillar like this. This is good pillar. Whoa, they heal so fast? Oh shit. Also trolls, they heal back so fast. That's kinda scary. So I guess shooting them like that is not a good idea. Then where to go and what to do is kinda not good for first playthrough. Other info like a thing exists in this world that you can possibly obtain sounds more like a bait than a hint. I agree. It's a bait that makes me want to play the game more, I think. Yeah. The kill timer is like 5 seconds to fill a gem with the enchantment, which is better to injure them with the soul trap spell or weapon with the fill soul gem enchantment. Enchantment? So it's like an enchantment that I can get the soul gem. Not necessarily a spell. Okay, I remember there's one here. Oh. I'm gonna shoot it multiple times before I engage in the two-handed combat. Hey troll! Look at that. Where'd you go? Oh, that was terrible. What? I'll take it. Easy win. Yeah, that was pretty clean. I like it. Two-handed weapon's fun. I just like them. When each hit deals like a chunk of damage. Oh yeah, I found a cheese of some sort. So I was playing a lot of sneak and archery. Every time I shoot once and I just like sheath and then I have like massive speed. I have massive speed. Right, this is normal speed. This is the cheese speed. It's so fast. Got him. Okay, that's how I kill a troll then. Wait, I'm supposed to get to mortal. How did the troll even see me? I don't even see the troll. Uh-oh. You injure them with anything but don't kill them. Then kill them with a spell or enchanted weapon that fills a soul gem. Or you could play a two-handed weapon where you can kill them within 5 seconds. I mean, that's one way, right? There's no way the troll saw me, right? And that's cheating. You were like below or some shit. Yeah, that's right. Get out of here. Look away. You don't know I'm here. shit. I'm terrible. No problem. Okay, all good, all good. I think that's all the trolls. Now I can get to the thing. The mountain in this game is so funny. There's no showing a quick save. I sincerely forgot to quick save the first time I came here. I'm not trolling. Uh-oh. My keyboard. Oh no! Oh bug! Oh shit! Yeah, this is what happens when I'm a vampire. I hate it. Although one thing good about vampire is that my sneak is 25% better. I'm following the gray arrow. Is the gray arrow? Yeah, I'm almost there. Go, go, go. I cannot run anymore. Need to preserve my stamina. So this is a thing that will happen quite often, question mark? Like if I just get pissed on by a vampire, I'll get this, and I need to keep finding this Valion person. Me remembers reading that some people had trouble with trolls. Probably means you're strong. I'm quite strong, yee. Hi.
Everything's all right?
Yeah. What the? Oh, I was like, what is that? I thought the guard's trying to kill me. I'm going with the companions and the werewolf over vampires. I didn't join any of those. Is there like a dragon tribe where I can become a dragon? I mean, I'm pseudo dragon. I'm a lizard folk or Argonian. Hi, Falion, help, Falion, help.
You are new to Morthal. We've not spoken before. This is interesting.
Yeah, this is interesting.
You stand before me to accuse me of sacrificing children or eating the hearts of the dead. You may save your breath.
What the fuck?
I have done no such thing, nor do I intend to. I simply wish to live my life in peace.
Why would anyone accuse you of that?
The people of Morthal would much rather weave their own horrid tales about my life than simply ask me for the truth. If they choose to fear me in their ignorance, that's their choice, but it will not change what is true.
I heard you're expert in vampirism.
I know many things. I have studied things beyond the reach of most humans. Traveled the Oblivion Plains, seen things one should not see.
Uh-huh.
I have met Daedra and Dwemer, and everything in between, and I know enough to see a vampire where others would see a man.
What do you see in me then? How can you be so sure I'm a vampire? I'm looking for a cure.
It is possible. I know of a ritual, but have never performed it.
That's not what you're saying.
It requires a filled black soul gem. You will need to kill someone.
I'm okay with that.
When you have a gem and have filled it, return to me and I will perform the ritual. I will bring life to your dead body, vampire.
Bring a filled black soul gem to Mort. Oh. I will shit my pants. I don't have that. Oh my god. How? What the fuck is a black soul gem? I mean, it's soul gem. I only got petty, lesser, grand greater soul gem? I don't have black. Trying to ask you for more stuff? Yeah. Hi.
My talents are much needed here in order to
Oh,
keep
hey.
Morthal.
How do I get a black soul gem?
They are rare things. I have one I picked up during my research of the Oblivion realms, but it is a precious item.
Uh-huh. I want to purchase 309. God damn it. My money. My money. Wait, how much money do I have? I only have 14,000. I have to give him 319 gold. I need more though. Do I spare the 319?
Morthal is a troubled place. It's my duty to see it rest in peace.
Fine. Just get...
I would not sell it to just anyone, but I'll make an exception for you. The cost to replace the gem is quite high.
Uh-huh. I have a black soul gem.
Which is utterly useless at the moment. You need to fill it with a soul.
What? How do I... Oh god, I need the spell. Spell to... Alright then. How the book? Oh, I'm not pressing anything. Okay, I think I need to lower something. The game is running like dog shit currently. Did I just press mod? Oh, fuck. I pressed mod. Oh, wait. Do I have the performance boost mod? Yeah, it's on. Settings. Not gameplay. Display. I'm gonna put everything at like... Oh, no. This one. 200 for one black gem is a good trade. But I need to get the soul. How do I get the soul? Okay, wait. Don't panic. Alright. I don't have an enchantment spells. It's conjuration, right? It's definitely not raised zombie. Do you sell any conjuration spells? Hey, Falion. Falion buddy, tell me about something, won't you? Hey.
Please remain indoors at night. It is dangerous to go outside.
Thanks. Why set up shop?
As anyone will tell you, Morthal can be a dangerous place. My talents are useful here. I help maintain order, even if it goes unnoticed.
Okay.
You deal with powerful forces. Take care they do not overwhelm you.
What? But I'm trying to buy the spell. 210? Isn't he a master of that trade altogether? But he doesn't teach me the spell to trap souls or get the soul into the gem. Oh. Oh. Oh, that's so good. Oh, that's what it means? Only 5 times? We never came to him without the recurrent resources, so we never thought about it. Well...
Alright then.
I'm sad now. Okay, who sells magic books? Oh, since I can quick travel here, let's go to Dragon's Reach. There's one mage there. Hopefully he has the book. If he doesn't, I'll kill him. No, I'm not gonna kill him. Get in.
Heard they're reforming the Dawn Guard. Vampire.
Does he sell it? I don't know. Only one way to find out.
The gods gave you 2 hands, and you used them both for your weapon. I can respect that.
Thank you. I respect you. Even though you were corrupted just now. And by just now, I mean last week. Hi, Faranga.
Pale as the snow. You scared of sunlight or something?
He's scared of sunlight or something. I don't know.
Take a look.
Yep, if he does not sell it, he's of no use in this game anymore. I know, right? The Vampire Cure Man, he doesn't sell things. At least I don't have the choice to buy things from him. What's the name of the spell? Muffle? You move more quietly. Ooh. Soul Trap! Oh, it's Soul Trap! Thanks. Thanks, sucker! I now have the book.
You know, if you've got the aptitude, you should join the Mages College in winter.
So now I need to learn this. Boop. Can I cast it? It's Apprentice. Apprentice. It's Apprentice. Apprentice! If the target dies within 60 seconds, visit Soul Gem. So I need a one-handed weapon. Can I, like, Soul Trap and then cut the back? So Soul Trap is now here. I don't have any one-handed weapon except for a dagger. That's a bit of a problem, isn't it? Apprentices can trap souls. This is scary. Kinda. Let me go check my house if I have any... Oh, I hate it. I hate this. Oh, it's the sun. Oh my god. I hate sun. It's almost as if I'm a weeb or some shit. Oh my god, sunlight. Did I just diss the whole weeb? Didn't mean to diss all of you. Didn't mean to diss all of weeb.
I ain't done nothing.
Yeah, Apprentice can trap souls. It's like huge. I thought only Master can trap soul. Like, trapping soul seems like a huge deal, isn't it? Alright, do I have any spare one-handed weapon? Oh my god! Okay, okay, sorry. I apologize. Wooden sword? Oh my god. No, I don't have any one-handed weapon here. Maybe I could make one, or buy one. Thanks, Lydia. Uh-oh. Long. Long. Look at that mega snoot. Mega snoot. Why are you looking for a weapon? You got a spell on an ancient. Because I need a one-handed weapon so that I can cast Soul Trap on them and then kill them with one-handed weapon. Right? Oh wait, I can just Soul Trap them and kill... that didn't happen. You guys hear nothing. Okay, well, where do we kill things then? Do we kill... a giant? Or this one? Oh wait, I'm here. I'm looking for convenience. I need the convenience. Do I have anything else I need to kill other than the giant? Aventus Aditino? She's looking for a kill and her weapon is perfect for killing. Yeah! I would kill. Oh, unusual gem. Gatherer of Folk Reef. Bandits? Oh, bandits cool. Yeah, killing them. I should go find bandits. Meetings you kill many bandits usually. Yeah, true. Alright, let's go find bandits. Yeah, especially the mages. Okay. Can I cast Soul Trap? It cost my entire magicka. My entire magicka is what it costs, and it doesn't regenerate. Oh my god. This is kind of bad, isn't it? Would it be funny to trap a mage's soul? It is funny. Okay, let's go see if I can find any bandits. Or are you Nazim?
Good to have you by my side.
You are not Nazim.
Reliable people around.
But I'm so weak under the sunlight though. Maybe I should find like a... Is there any uncleared cave? I cleared all the cave. I'm too good. I don't remember if the game ever explicitly tells you the difference between souls for the gem. No, they didn't. Well, I just know how to trap souls now. I think that's good enough. Question mark? Oh, how if I go here? At the same time, I can do the dogs quest, right? Yeah. Yeah, let's go there, let's go there. Fast travel. Stamina is used to sprint and execute power attacks. Yeah, I'm... Which one am I... Oh, sunlight. Reduced by 45 points? It used to be 15! Oh my god. It used to be 15, now it's 45. I was shit. Right, just go, just go. Get into a cave, get into a cave. Do people actually become a vampire in this game? It's gonna be tough. You're gonna be walking around this place so much in the sunlight. And how the fuck do you even play the game if you're afraid of sunlight? Unless it's like a... Oh, if I wear a hood, is it gonna change? There's a cave, there's a cave. I need it, I need it. Get to the cave, get to the cave. Do you want to know about soul stuff or just figure it out as well? I'll figure it out, thank you. I'm gonna try my best anyway. I'm just gonna trap everything possible. Get in. I'm so close. Jump. Jump. You got this, lovers of Dragon Queen. Jump. Jump. So I'm not super familiar with Skyrim, but I played a good bit of Daggerfall back in the day. Daggerfall? And in that game, you could also be a vampire, but also realistically track travel time between towns. Oh. And I still recommend it with the Unity port. Super good. Guys, I cannot jump anymore. Oh. Oh. Jump. Jump. Oh, I'm higher. And I fell back down. Please jump. I'm spamming space so hard right now. Oh. Oh. Come on. I'm so close. I'm so close. Oh my god. I'm so close. Come on. Come on. I'm so close. Just jump. Just, you're almost there. Come on. Don't give up. Just a little bit further. Come on. My space is like almost broken at this point. Just jump, please. I need you to jump. Thank you. Just a little bit. Oh, you're almost there. You're almost there. You're almost there. Please, 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 please. Oh my god. Oh my god. Pog, jump. Yeah. Oh my god. That's a good chunk of. Oh my god. That's a good jump. Easy. Hi, Goody Gamer. You're using this against cliff method? I mean, it comes naturally to me. I mean, since mountain in this game is so redundant. A lot of wall fucking paid off. Let's go, Pog. I'm gonna love the wall fucking. Oh, there's the hole. Okay, now we can get in. I need to fix this piece of fucking vampire thing. I hate it. So essentially, they designed the Daggerfall map as being realistically sized. It's actually several hundreds of miles large, with several miles between towns. Ooh. Daggerfall is very old school, by the way, if you ever plan on playing it. I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna spend 1,000 hours on this game currently. I don't know if I'm ever gonna spend 1,000 hours on this game, but for now, feels like it. What is that? Remind me that first time played this, I did the same without knowing there is a proper way to reach High Hrothgar. I haven't been to High Hrothgar yet, I think. What the fuck is that? Oh, I'm so gonna die. Wait, I'm not in sunlight anymore, right? Oh, they're so gonna die. Wait, that's the fire. That thing is fire, though. I'm scared. Anyway, I'll flash first, I think. When scared, whip out the bow. I can shoot it a few times first, right? Yeah, whip up the bow. Doop. Excuse me. I need your soul. But I need your soul. Okay. Thanks. Apparently they're not as strong as I thought. Also, ailments like vampirism and lycanthropy are randomly contracted when you are attacked by a vampire or werewolf creature, rather than attached to any side quest. Oh, so it happens randomly. Well, so much for trying to get a soul. The Rufu Axe? Oh, I got it. Can I like... Oh, I actually didn't see any people here. What the fuck? I didn't see the... You're so black, I can't see shit. Hello? You're doing Clavicus File Daedric quest? I have no idea what that is. This is the mess of stuff. I know. What is Clavicus File? Okay. You know what? I think I can win against this guy. Soul Trap and then cut him. Yeah, man. Save and check if we can talk. Oh, a little bit too late on. Understandable. Oh, he's so trapping. Help me. I'm the best of this game. Oh my god, I cannot help myself but kill them. The blaze and burning. Oh yeah, it's all dagger. If they're in a cave, they're naturally the enemy. Oh, true. Need to get them. Oh, was that like the big boss? Sorry, I killed in like one shot. Thanks for the book. Oh yeah. Do you perchance have Lusty Argonian Maid? I kinda need the Lusty Argonian Maid. A key sweet mother. Also, I'll be taking the Wolf Queen as well. Master of Stealth. Oh, Wolf Queen. It's mine. Pirate King of Abakan. Oh, did that get me the Black Soul Gem? This is it, right? This is it. I did it. I did it. First try, easy. Let's go. All right. Well, I have the Black Soul Gem now. Hey, Falion. I have the Black Soul Gem. Also, where's the dog? I don't remember. I am playing as assistant type here. I'm playing as, can I say, dare I say, jack of all trades. I don't know what I'm trying to do. I cut when I feel like it. I sneak when I feel like it. I sneak and cut when I feel like it. I go apeshit when I feel like it. I think I'm a bit of a jack of all trade here. Alright, where the book? Go to Mortel. You trap souls when I feel like it. Yeah, I trap souls when I feel like it. Basically a traditional bird. Ooh, I didn't know that. I forgot to save when I feel like it. True. I think Skyrim is just so open-ended that I can just do whatever I want. Thanks for the thing. Where's the... Hey! I'm in the sunlight. Well, you guys have to deal with this, alright? I'm in the sunlight, alright? I'm in the sunlight. I'm not doing this. Alright, bedtime, alright. Have good sleep, Brian. Thanks for stopping by.
My talents are much needed here in order to keep North.
Oh, I forgot for sale.
So you wish to master the arcane arts?
Why didn't you let me buy it from you just now? Oh, Stoneflesh is stronger? Hi, Michelangelo. Hello, hello. Hope you're doing good. Oh, you want my stuff? You have so much money. Here, you can have this. Oh my god, a dragon. Music's cool. I don't think I want to let you get out for now. How do I even fight a dragon when I'm like this weak? Maybe if I like drink this, it'll be good. Okay, let's go get the dragon first. Oh, my vampire blood boil. Here, let's do a quick save. Alright, let's go somewhere that we can fight properly. Yeah, you guys duck here, it's totally fine. I mean, they kinda got this. They kinda got this, honestly. They're like so strong. Oh, it's an ice dragon! Oh my god! Let's try to shoot it. Oh, wait. I don't have enough magicka? Oh my god. Alright, that's all I can do. Kill! Kill! What the fuck are you doing? You bitches, you almost killed me. Must have scared him off. Must have scared him off, huh? Yeah. Oh, I'm too thick. Oh god, I'm too thick. Here, let me just yeet this dragon real quick.
In all my years, I've never seen such a thing.
Well, you're not gonna see it anymore. Right, take a good look at it.
May be dead now. Where did it come from?
I don't know. Do you think I can?
It's like the ancient legends. Dragonborn.
You want to see something even cooler? I didn't eat it. I don't have magicka. Oh my god! I'll come back here afterwards. Okay. Let's go. Let's just go find Falion. All right. I need help. Like very. I need immediate help. All right. Let me just eat all the food real quick. Maybe I should throw away something as well. I don't know if I ever need started Wolf. Hi, you should get a follower to carry some stuff. True, but at the same time I don't want to look at them all the time. It's okay. I can temporarily put it here. Temporarily put it here.
Quit throwing your garbage everywhere.
I will fucking kill you right now. That's not a garbage. I'm trying to set destination. Why can't I not set that? Okay, it's just beside Morthal. Let's just go find Falion real quick, alright? It's right beside this dragon thing. Right? Where did the thing go? Oh shit. Oh, I cannot see it at all. Maybe. Can I just temporarily do this? Oh yeah, cool. I can put something back to the dragon. Okay, good. I'll come back afterwards, alright? Is this anniversary edition? No, this is... yes, this is special edition. Don't know what the difference is. I have no idea as well. I mean, like, this is like the first time you're playing this game. I have no idea. Is it okay to tell you a carry trick? Sure. Also, did the game just say that as a bloodlust vampire, I'm feared? Did I change my appearance? It seems my teeth is now longer. Tell them to not eat your dragon with fireballs. I'm sure they don't know how to do that. I think. I hope. Only I am allowed to eat the dragon. Hey, Falion. You can just drop something, carry with your hands. How can I do that? I didn't know I can carry things with my hands. Whenever I press E, it just takes it. Anniversary adds 70 mods that are always active. Do those help?
Do you like magic? Valiant says I'm good at
My talents are much...
I like
Very well. Meet me at the summoning circle in the marsh at dawn. We shall banish the creature you have become.
Cool.
Till next time.
Dawn is morning, right? Here, can I use your bat? No?
Years ago. Valiant takes care of me now.
No, I cannot. Dead. I mean, hold Z. Okay, how bad I am right now? Oh my god, 60 points! That's stupid! Oh my god, I feel like... 70 magic... Oh, I hate the vampire shit. Dawn... I mean, right now it's dawn, isn't it? Or what time is dawn? I have no idea. Level -10. It sucks. I hate it.
Morthal used to be a quiet place, but then the world used to make sense.
What's that even mean?
Heard they're reforming the Dawn Guard. Vampire hunters or something. In the old fort. Everything all right?
No. I feel like I'm in pain. Oh yeah, since we're talking about Anniversary Edition, there's like 70 mods that is like active all the time. Are those like... Do they optimize the game, or do they just make the game more heavy? Or like make the game looks much better? Because like right now my PC can hardly handle this game. It's constantly dying. I have VC Face running on as dog shit as possible. Don't kill me. Reverse version of chain. See, like right now I'm not pressing anything.
Sound alert. Text to speech 100 points. Enter your message here.
Thanks, Paz. Hi, Paz. Been a while. How you doing? Butt spawn, no. You're getting butted. There's no running away from getting butted. Do I wait here? Or is it not dawn? Oh, that doesn't look like dawn. That looks like the night. T for waiting? Oh god. Okay, this is the only time I'll be using the waiting then. Doing good, how about you? I'm doing pretty well. Had 2 big cups of coffee and now I feel energetic. Maybe I just love coffee. Coffee's great. T for waiting. Dawn is like what, 6? Maybe I'll wait until like 5 just in case. Okay. 7 8 9 10 11 12 1 2 3 4 Most of what we find about the Anniversary Edition stability is outdated. Oh. Oh my. Hi, you just teleported here? Oh my god. Help me.
Good, you're here.
Uh-huh. Let's get this over with.
As you desire.
Mm-hmm.
I call upon Oblivion Realms, the home of those who are not our ancestors. And as in death there is new life, in Oblivion there is a beginning for that which has ended.
Uh-huh.
Huh? As the sun ends the night, the ritual is complete.
What? That's it? You just speak a bunch of shit? Is her part of ritual? The fuck was that? Get him, Falion, help me! Help me, Falion! Help me! Thank you. Nobody's here. Is her a part of the ritual? Yes, holy shit. Oh, my pink skin is back. Oh my god, yeah. I look normal now. Very, very nice. Me likey. Okay, now I can get back to doing my usual stuff. And by the usual stuff, let me check the quest real quick. Oh yeah, I have to do... Oh, that's a Clavicus vial. That's the name. You're interested in seeing the load order? What's a load order? Is it like... Is load order... mod list? Question mark? No, I'm not supposed to go there. Remove something mods. Oh. Then maybe not. I think I'm good. Where is Clavicos file? This one here. Oh my god, that's so far. Well, I can just fast travel. When enemies are nearby. Excuse me, game. What a spooter. Must be a mud crab. Must have been the wind. See, the thing is, I played this game for how long? 30 hours. I haven't heard a single must have been the wind. I am so upset. I need to complain to Leon about this. That was the most spidery mud crab we ever saw. The most spooter. What's the entrance? Oh, guys, I forgot to take the dragon bone. Nah, it's okay. I'll get back and take the dragon bone afterwards. At least now I can just do oak flesh willy-nilly. Yeah. I wonder if there's gonna be anyone here. And worst case, there are plenty more dragons to kill. It feels like dragons are just like random encounters. Especially when I visit new place, new city. And the dragon just appears. Feels very random. Okay, I don't think there's enemies here. Which is good. Hey, Clavicus. I lost your dog. Are you down here? I don't remember. To Hema Shame? I think this is the one. Very random. Okay. They became more of an annoyance to me thanks to NPCs lacking self-preservation, so they'll just keep dying to the dragons. I mean, at least the dragons looks hot in this game. Why is Clavicus so far away? Oh, it's Dog. Hi. I think I'm gonna keep the axe. Oh, I can choose. Oh boy. I mean, the axe is not even that good. Which one is it again? The Rueful axe? It's only... Oh, it sells for 1,000 though. Is this a battle axe? Yeah, it must be a battle axe. It doesn't even do more damage than my elven battle axe. Nah, I don't want to keep it. What the fuck? Here, I'll let you follow me.
Lead the way.
Hi.
Ah, you've got the axe. And my dog. Splendid.
Fulfill your end of the bargain. I forgot what the end of your bargain is.
Excellent work. A hero and his faithful companion retrieving the ancient artifact for the prince. It's almost storybook.
I feel like...
Ah, but it almost seems a shame to give a weapon like that away, doesn't it? I suppose I could be persuaded to let you keep it.
What? Why do I want to keep it?
Only if you use the axe to kill Barbas. Simple as that.
I don't even want the axe. I have to go. Sorry. Nah, it's okay, Goody Gamer. I understand. Real life stuff can be a lot of things, right? Thank you for the stream. You're welcome. Also, thanks for stopping by, Goody Gamer. Have a good day. No deal. Take the axe and take back Barbas.
Huh. You're no fun at all. Guess I'll have to make my own fun elsewhere.
Yeah, I don't want the axe.
Pub back, I'll be restored to my full power. There's a whole world just waiting for me.
Who even are you? There, I don't even need the axe.
I knew I could trust you. Yeah, dog gets master, master gets cosmic axe. Everyone's happy. Just get over here, mutt. Don't worry, I'm... Oh, that feels so much better.
Oh,
You forget how nice supreme power feels until you've been stuck in a cave for a few years. It's a shame you wished for something so dull as me taking back the mutt. Quite the lack of imagination on your part.
nah, it's not even a dragon. I don't care.
Ambition like that really ought to be punished. Perhaps by turning you into a worm, or maybe a few decades of... Oh, fine. Have my boon and be done with it. Got more interesting deals to make anyway.
Mask of Clavicus Vial. Is that an apparel? M? Oh, hey. Prices are 20% better, plus 10 speechcraft. Magica regenerates 5% faster. Ew. No. No way, man. Now, the circlet is what I'm looking for. Oh yeah, now that looks a lot better. I got a cool reward. I'm about to sell it. How much does it sell for? Ooh, 1,200 though. Ooh, look at that. It sells for 1,200. That feels good. Also, I feel like for Skyrim, I should probably put myself at the left side. It seems a lot of information is on the right side. Yeah, it seems a lot of information is on the right side, and I'm just blocking it. Here, I'm gonna switch places real quick. Oh, this is weird. Mirror. There it is. Oh, I'm looking the wrong way. Okay. Now, doesn't it make more sense to keep it for speech stuff? Just wondering, seems pretty unique. Oh, it is very unique, doesn't it? Thanks, Pinky. Yeah, it does feel pretty unique. Maybe I should just store it. Yeah, I'll just keep it. Okay, that's 2 quests done. Nettlebane? Where's Nettlebane? Oh! Oh, that's very close. I can go get Nettlebane. Let's see. Wait. Wait is still fine. Here, let's go get Nettlebane. It's like very close.
Hello.
Oh.
And welcome.
Started Wharf, thank you. Appreciate the follow. Hi. Damn, you are prancing. You are actually bouncing, prancing. Oh my god. Alright, I'll leave you to it. Okay, that's Orphan Rock, right? That one. Oh yeah, I can run.
If you know any true sons and daughters of Skyrim, tell them to head to Windhelm. Ulfric Stormcloak wants to see them.
No, I don't care. I'm a tribe of my own. I like dragons. I'll do the High Hrothgar thing afterwards. 45-degree angle, I know, right? I mean, the bounce is everything. Have you seen the bounce? Okay, where is Orphan Rock? Is this Orphan Rock? Oh my god, ow. Oh. What the fuck? Oh, that's bad. It's all magic. Oh, it's all magic. Ow, fuck. Oh, that's a trap. Okay, looks like Orphan Rock is not gonna be an easy thing, huh? Let's take it slow. Didn't save again, huh? Yeah. That was how the Dragonborn did it. I mean, the Dragonborn is gonna die a bunch of times, I'm pretty sure. So they were all just hiding as a mage. Ugh. God, there's way too many mage in this game. Like, I don't see any, like, warrior. Like an NPC warrior, like, at all. Like, 1 or 2. Most of them is just, like, archer and or mage. Pretty much 75% of them is mage. They all cast magic. Maybe they know how OP it is. Because I seem to die from magic, like 1 or 2 shots, like, yeah, I'm dead. So fucking painful. It would have been fun to have stealthy enemies. Weren't they stealthy? I didn't even see them, and then somehow they're just chucking magic at me. From 10 miles away, it feels like. Or 20 kilometers away. Guess I have to find them first. Just level alteration to 90? I'm trying to level my alteration to 90. Or just in general. Guess one way to find out where they are, huh? No? Bandits may ambush you.
What was that?
Did you have spider senses? Okay, I'm staying here. Hag? You don't see me. You don't know where I am. Does this actually work?
Anybody there? Just getting jumpy, I guess.
Yeah. Let me see where you're hiding. I'm the Dovahkiin. They don't stand a chance. Dovahkiin, huh?
Someone there.
Help. I cannot move anymore. Hello? Yes, hi, I'm here.
I know I heard something.
Sure you do.
Just getting jumpy, I guess.
Sure you are. Tell that to Mercer Frey. Don't know who or what that is. Sounds like a name. Does this actually work? I'm quite surprised. Here, do I have any poison? Oh, I sold all my poison. Well, I guess I'm just gonna shoot them with my strongest arrow. Glass. Here, let me save here as well. Might be a bad idea to save here, but I'm doing it anyway. There were two, right? Wear your silent roll. I didn't get that perk. I got the Assassin's Blade perk. Sedge. We become a master of thief by putting a bucket on the merchant's head. I cannot control where I drop my things though.
BTW, how many manual saves do you keep? The game likes to break saves sometimes.
Oh, I'm so strong? They got one shot? Oh, maybe it's a glass arrow. How many manual saves do you keep? The game likes to break saves sometimes. I have a few, I think. Here, let's make a new one real quick. Z for bucket.
Emotional damage!
That almost scared me if I weren't talking. Hi, Fang. Oh yeah, can I just like Z? What? No, Z is shout. Z is shout. I forgot. Oh. Did they just hit their own trap?
Body. Absolutely terrible.
You're a hag. What do you mean how absolutely terrible, you stupid? Aren't you like a witch of some sort? I mean, sure, not all witches are bad, but in this instance... Stop getting hit by your own trap, stupid! I feel bad for you at this point, jeez. You should heal up. Like, just say you should probably heal up a little bit, you know. I don't know how bad that damages you. She rolled a 2. She rolled a 2. Oh, I don't even need glass arrow for this. Don't mind me pressing all the wrong buttons. Get into the tree. '87 sneak. Oh, holding E? Huh. My muscle memory tells me Z, but the internet says holding E. Oh, I mean Z is shout, so I just shouted and I almost died. Heto Soto. I wonder where they are. I didn't notice the red dot. I didn't really check where the red dots are. I could, however, shoot an arrow and see what, but you don't see me. Buck! 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 I'm a bitch. I'm gonna run. You cannot shoot me. I have unlimited stamina. I'm the queen of cardio. You don't even get this. Bye. That's right. You don't know where I am. The queen of cardio. You don't even get this. Nobody died from one little mage. I did. I died from the mage just not too long ago. Oh. Oh, you little shit. I'm actually quite surprised how much my arrow is doing the damage. Didn't even need to use the glass arrow just now. There was 2, right? No, not there. I seriously cannot see where they are. I was wondering why you went undetected after the shot. That explains it. Level 87 sneak, yeah. The power. They were here, I think. Yeah. Are you not moving? The red dot says that they are somewhere over here. It's not it. I got scared by the tree trunk. That's a trap, right? Where did the footstep comes from? Why is the footstep sounds like it's behind me? The game's like too desaturated. I can't even see where the enemies are. This should do. Oh, I see you now. Oh shit, that was a really strong one. Alright, time to cheat. No. It's a hag raven. How strong is a hag raven? I guess only one way to find out, huh? Did they come here? It's another mage, which is like a bit of a problem. Because mage can walk back and cast magic at the same time. Whereas me, when I'm using two-handed, I cannot move forward while cutting. Well, I can move forward, but slower than they move back. So I cannot cut them, and I hate it. Wait. I have no poison, right? Master Stealth Archer? Yeah. But I'm not doing as much damage though. Yeah, okay, so that is the Hag Raven. You don't see me. Are they moving? Wait, what? Oh, Hag Raven is stupid? Oh, nice. Although they are pretty strong. Got him! When in doubt, whip up the bow. Whoa, what are you? Oh my god, you look like some... Oh. I found the nettle bean. Cannot take all of these. Guess not. Alright, that's the Nettlebean. Nettlebean is Whiterun, I think. Is it Whiterun? I don't remember. Check the quest. Quick save first. Yeah. This one. Bring Nettlebane to Danica. Danica. It is Whiterun. Okay, okay. Then it was in Morthal, right? The dragon. Oh, I stopped. No space though. Not enough space. I could go and sell something first, and then I'll go back and take the thing. Or actually, I can just put it there. Yeah, just leave it there first. I think it's fine. I'm gonna go back to Whiterun. Me still conditioned to not fast travel too much because of hardcore survival. I feel like in this game, I'm okay with fast traveling just because of how huge the place is. If they're like not too far, I'm okay with traveling with foot. I love traveling with foot, but like when the heckin' distance is too far, then yeah. Takes me a while every time to remember that you're not starving due to it. Yeah. And I don't like survival mode just because it reduces carry weight. And I think like that's a little bit too much. If it doesn't reduce my carry weight, I'm okay with it. But it reduces my carry weight. And I don't want that. Hey Danica, I got your Nettlebane. Hi.
So, have you gotten Nettlebane back from those filthy hag ravens yet?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I honestly didn't expect you to come back. Of course, I'm glad you did. Now, I don't really want to touch that thing, though. Do you think you could handle the next steps?
What? Okay.
Eldergleam Sanctuary Grove is to the east of here. You can use Nettlebane to retrieve some of its sap.
What?
Was I correct in hearing that you were traveling to the Grove of the Eldergleam?
Can I help you?
I am a traveler, a pilgrim. I follow the voice of Kinnereth wherever it can be heard. I've dreamed of seeing Eldergleam for years. Might I travel alongside you? I promise not to get in the way.
If I do this, that means that I need to go get the thing first, right? Because I don't want... He did promise not to get in my way. Sure.
I thank you for your kindness.
Alright, let's go to the Elder Gleam together. How do I get to Elder Gleam? Elder Gleam. Elder Gleam. Oh my god, it's so far. Alright, guess I'm traveling by foot. Here, let me take care of stuff real quick first, and then we're gonna travel there, little shit. Mate friend, Something that New Vegas gave ammo weight, but not much like ammo in this game apart from arrows. I mean, the arrows are weightless, aren't they? Yeah, they're weightless. I think I'm okay with that. Oh, you could put. I didn't mean to do that. Sorry, you didn't see anything. Then I cannot sell anything. Hey, let me invite you to my home real quick. Also, let me change my apparel. I want to wear... I like this one. In survival mode, they weight 0.1. Ew! I'm so glad I didn't play survival mode. I mean, that makes sense. But I hate it. Welcome to my home. Here, let me put all the Wolf Queen back. Oh yeah, also Argonian account. Anything that has to do with Argonian, putting it in. Yep, look at that. My lusty Argonian mate is still here. What is this guy doing again? Since I cannot sell things,
Is it much further to the sanctuary?
This is my home, you little shit.
Honor to you, my...
Gosh, I cannot sell things for now. I think... Okay, you know what? I have a little bit of weight, that's fine. Who is this, Maurice? Maurice is trying to get to Elder Gleam. Since he heard that I'm traveling to Elder Gleam, and he wants to go to Elder Gleam with me. So, yeah, why not? Time, 7:21 AM. Oh. It's almost the morning, though.
I don't claim to be the best blacksmith. Take a look.
Oh, I can sell things for you, though. Oh, I forgot to store this. Looks sus. It looks sus. Whoa. 52 to 71? Oh my god, I'm so strong. Hey, I'm gonna invite you to my house again. Don't worry about it. I forgot to store a helmet. Alright, real quick. Let me get ready, alright? For real. I never been so stoned. Although I'm not gonna use that, but here. Okay. Let's go, Maurice. Now his importance increased again. Who's important? Maurice? Oh, is Maurice gonna help me when I reach the Elder Gleam? Maybe. Oh, don't tell me that. I feel like I ask too many questions sometimes, so sorry about that. Okay, where's the blue arrow? This is E, right? E. That must be it. They don't like shortcuts? Well, that's on them. I'm just gonna run there. I'm sure he's gonna teleport when I reach the Elder Gleam. Oh, it feels so good to be able to run under the sun again. Oh wow, you're so fast. It's gonna be a far... How far is it though? Let me double check. Oh, actually it feels kind of fine. I'm surprised how fast traveling by foot is. I mean, it's not fast, but it's not bad. Hey, what the fuck? I thought you were a rabbit. What? Get him! Get him, Maurice! Get him, Maurice! Yeah! Get him, Maurice! I'll tank them for you. Whoa! I thought you were trying to not get in my way, Maurice. Damn, Maurice strong. I'm scared. Uh-oh. Maurice, help! Maurice! Maurice, help! Maurice! Maurice! Maurice, help! Maurice, help! Maurice! Oh my god, I'm dying! Maurice, I'm dying, Maurice! Please, Maurice! Your answer. My andros, you little shit! God damn! Maurice, you suck! Thank you, Maurice, you're the best. I'm training armor. Oh, is that how you train armor? Here, let's wear this one. Very nice. I didn't know there's gonna be spooters and stuff when I'm traveling to Elder Gleam. Maurice solo. Maurice pretty strong. Do you have health? Like, do you actually die?
Please move quickly. Elder Gleam awaits us.
Shut the fuck up. I'm already so fast. Me doesn't think the clothes increase armor skill. I honestly have no idea. Does cloth count as light armor? I don't think so. Let me check the light armor. My light armor is at 33. No. Yeah, it's close. I don't think it counts. How sad. But it looks good. I don't want to wear like... I mean, the scale armor looks not bad, I guess. Has 0 armor rating equals not armor? Okay. Oh, this one is 71 though. It's not dress, but...
I'm getting out of here.
Maurice, no! Maurice, no! Maurice, help! Maurice, help! Help me, Maurice! Punch him! Punch him! Whoa, Maurice is so strong! Oh my god, Maurice! Damn! Thank you, Maurice! You're so strong. Fox?
Hello.
And
welcome.
Dark Knight 5051, hi! Thank you for the follow, appreciate. Welcome in. Maurice is so stoned. Nah, I want to wear a dress. I like this one more. There. It's okay for not having armor. I need armor. Help! Maurice, help! Maurice! Oh. Oh, sorry, I thought I'm very... Am I that strong? I didn't know I'm that strong. Okay. Thank you, Maurice. You gave me courage. Oh, am I going the wrong way? Oh, this is the giant's place. I should follow that route. This one. Yeah, this should be the route. Valheim Towers? This game is Valheim? I miss playing Valheim, but then again, I need to do art. It's been a long time. I need to do art, man. Oh god. You still wish it would be standard that looks and stats are not tied together? I know, right? I want to look good. Like, I'm not saying that the light armor that I have looks bad. No, they look good. But I prefer to wear something like this when I'm playing games like this. Know what I mean? It's like, dang. I mean, at least have 1 or 2 armor, please. 0 armor just looks a little bit depressing at this point. I mean, I'm not even naked. How is it 0 armor? At least make it 1. It protects against something. Oh. Oh. This is peak Minecraft gameplay. You guys like Minecraft? Play Skyrim. You like Minecraft? Play Skyrim. Not sponsored. You just wear whatever, no matter what it looks like. That's fair, that's fair. Okay, am I close? Kinda. Need to cross the river to get to Elder Gleam. There should be the one.
I'd rather have 2 bottles of mead than 2 wenches.
Hi.
Hail, friend. It's good to see another merry soul enjoying this fine day. Why's that?
Huh.
Ah, but you look tired. Come, share a bottle of honey brew mead with me.
Honey brew mead?
You've never had a taste of sweet honey brew? Why, it's only the finest mead outside of Sovngarde. Its sweetness is like a fair maiden's kiss on a starry night. And it's got enough kick to put a frost troll on his hind quarters. But enough talk. Come, won't you share a drink with me and my companions?
Well, I don't have a choice, sure.
Ah, nothing like fine spirits to help raise your...
I didn't save though. I hope that's fine.
Cheers, my friend. May your adventures find you fame and fortune.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. Oh, you guys are so nice. You guys are so nice. You guys are so nice. I like you guys. Maurice. I like how when I draw a weapon, Maurice is like, yeah, I'm gonna punch him. I do get a food, I think. This one. Restore 20 points of stamina, regenerates 25 slower. I don't like it. What do you guys think of alcoholic drinks though? because me personally, I don't really like it by how bitter it is. I mean, it's just my personal preferences. So like, I don't like drinking alcoholic drinks, and I'm glad most of my in real life friends, like they respect me for it. Like they drink, they like drinking, right? But when they go out with me, they respect my decision of not drinking, and I was like, yeah, I'm happy. Me don't drinking, but should be okay in moderation. Yeah, don't shame either side. Don't shame either side. It's okay if they like to drink. It's okay if they don't like to drink. Respect them. That's how I always feel anyway. So yeah, I'm very glad. Albeit not all is being respectful to me, because I have a few encounters where people just like, "Aiyah, don't be pussy lah, drink some lah, stupid." And it's like, yeah, no, I'm out. Goodbye. Please never contact me again. I hate it when people tells me to drink alcoholic drinks when I tell them specifically that I don't drink them. And then they pull that shit on me. It's like, no. Hi, why are you here? You are a Khajiit. Maik the liar. I don't drink it as well for health reasons.
They were just invisible and very, very quiet.
Oh, I love to think that, Maik. Thank you. And I got nobody to drink with as well.
It does not matter to Maik how strong or smart one is. It only matters what one can do. Where bears? Where? Bears? Men that are bears?
I like Maik.
Maik is tired now. Go bother somebody else. Maik is done talking.
I have an axe. Don't you dare run away from me. I have an axe. Tell me jokes.
Maik is done talking.
Tell me jokes now. Okay, fine. Mike knows many things. He knows your intentions. My intention is to find a dragon and love them. Too straightforward. Sorry. Some people think those who drink can't be trusted. I heard of this stereotype, but that never crossed my mind. It's like, why would you think that? Some people drink to release stress, and I think that's okay, right? Drink in moderation, so long as they don't destroy their own health. Or even if they did, it's their choice, right? At least that's how I view. That's how I view when it comes to like alcoholic things. Same goes the other way. It's weird. I only heard the first one. I never heard like the second one. Like, people who don't drink cannot be trusted. I don't think I heard of that one. But maybe it happens. Ow. Kill! Kill! Because apparently people are afraid of who they'll be if they'll drink. Oh, well, what would happen if I'm drunk though? I heard only if you don't drink, that means you do not respect me. I heard of that a lot, yes, and I hated that perspective. Like, I don't drink. What you expect me to like make me? Don't force me to drink alcoholic drinks, and I'm not even not respecting you. I respect you drinking. And you should respect me not drinking. I choose to drink juice. Thank you very much. Right? I'm a happy drunk. Good. All good, right? All good. Hell yeah. I think my point of this whole alcoholic thing is just, you know, mutual respect goes a long way, honestly. It's very important. Mutual respect, right? Mutual respect. Oh, there's so many dragon tongue here. Guys, I found so many dragon tongue. I like. How many dragon tongue? 13 dragon tongues? Oh. So you have different sayings where you are? To be honest though, I haven't touched alcohol in 8 years. Wow. Whoa, Maurice, hi. Yeah, you better keep stealthing because I'll play safe just because you're here. And by safe, I mean sneak archer, alright? Also, I'm done enough being sober. I don't need to lose my last brain cell being inebriated. Yeah, me too, man. I'm already dumb enough. I don't need to be dumber by losing my last brain cell. Strong choice, don't know what's behind it, but congratulations either way. Yeah. Oh good, make large. I respect that. Got a trick for you, Pinky. Wow. What is this place? Holy shit. Is there enemies here? Just checking. No enemy. Really? Although this place looks good though. Is that dragon tongue? Oh yeah. I don't know about dragon tongue. I don't know why they're called dragon tongue where they don't have any resemblance of dragon tongue. But I like the name. And you know I crave dragon tongue. Is that place? Ooh. Oh. Who are you? Hi. Son?
Welcome to Elder Gleam Sanctuary, my friend. If you have any questions, speak to Aston.
I assume this is a safe cave. Is this the first safe cave? Wow. I assume you're Asta. Hi.
Amazing that such beauty could praise Kinnereth for allowing such beauty in the world.
8 years ago, I had a party at my house. It was a work day, but I was making White Russian's vodka, kalwa, and heavy cream. After the 4 I stopped measuring the ingredients, and by the time I had to go to work, I had 9. I drank 9 of them. You missed, Savior. I made it through work, dropped my knife twice. I was, oh my god. Didn't rest. I slashed open your leg, couldn't feel it, went home, puked all night, and never touched alcohol again. What? That is very scary. Holy shit.
You are in Elder Gleam Sanctuary. Just a small glimpse of what beauty Kinnereth has to offer. Wonderful place.
Open leg though, oh my god. After that night, alcohol just doesn't taste good anymore. Dude, I will be traumatized.
Yes, my friend. Though no one has been able to get close to her for as long as I can remember.
What tree?
As you can see, Elder Gleam's roots are large and stretch far, blocking any path to her trunk. Though, believe it or not, there are rumors of a weapon that even Elder Gleam herself would lift her roots for, more out of fear than respect.
You mean this weapon?
The rumors were true. I beg of you, don't harm the tree. Nothing good can come of it.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Spaghetti-o. I get to choose. I get to choose. It's a good reason to stop. Must have been scary as heck. Sounds scary as fuck to me. Holy shit. When I say slash my leg open, it was more like a very, very shallow cut. Shallow cut. But still, it's a cut. The scary part, slash open your leg and you were numb about it.
Yes, I haven't thought all day.
I cannot get past. Or can I? Is this a tree that I need to... Is this? Oh, you must be the big tree. Maybe I need to use the sword for it. The nettle bane? Maybe I need to do this? Sorry. Oh shit, I was right. Alright, didn't mean to harm you, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to get the tap thing. Sorry. Don't hate me for it. That's not an unknown thing. People used to drink before emergency surgeries to dull the pain a bit. A surgical use of alcohol? Yeah. I heard about that a lot. I went through multiple surgeries. I did not get drunk, but I heard that there's other people who decide to drink a little bit of alcohol before going to surgeries. He's lucky me doesn't drink because injuries don't really stop me as long as they just concern me.
Here we go.
Oh! Get him, Maurice! Maurice, you're too close. I don't want to cut you. Whoa. Maurice, sorry. God damn, Maurice, you fuck. I'll give you one last chance. You punch me once more, I will immediately kill you. Oh, hey. I said it. Meetings in the chief to make peace. Well, there was Tarput trying to kill me. Oh, Spriggan. It's okay, he did. He did make a promise to not, you know, to not bother me, but then he decided to do it, so that I decided to kill him. Don't worry about it. So what's with this tree? Wait, you have an idea? Make Maurice a zombie. I do have the spell. Or stretch that bone? I will, thank you. Okay. It's conjuration, right? You're surprisingly okay killing quest NPC? Oh, is he needed? Can you wake up, Maurice? I don't know if this is gonna be a good idea. Here, let me. Is this gonna... I'll make a new save. Too powerful for race. It's too powerful to raise zombie. I suck. I suck ass. Oh my god. Well then, it's fine, it's fine. So is this the tree that I need to cut with nettle bane? Maurice too good. Maurice too strong. Maurice. Why are you so strong, Maurice? I mean, I have to do this. Gosh. Alright, sorry tree. Oh, is that not it? Maybe here? No? Well, I guess let's talk to Asta about it. Hey, Asta. Hey Asta. What's the quest status? Oh yeah. Oh, I got the Elder Gleam sap. Well, all good. Bitch! Oh shit, you're strong. Why am I getting bullied? Crab meat. Can I cook crab meat? Don't heal. Oh, they're gone. Is it because I did it? Were they Spriggan all along? Oh wait, no, they're dead. Ah, I see. Talos guide you. Ooh, I don't know who Talos is, but thank you. Hi, Child's Play. I mean they're dead, right? Here, just in case. The ransom of Zarek, don't care. It's not lusty Argonian maid. I already have this cloth. Hey, where's Asta? Just need to check if she has some gold on her or not. Or was that Asta? Were you Asta? Maybe. Alright, nothing happened. I'm gonna go find Danica. Everything's fine, I'm sure. Everything's A-okay. This freaking mate Martin got a nice butt. True. But then again, it's just like a... That's herbs, yes! Okay. Now I need to return. No, it's a matron mummy. Matron mummy. Hey, if someone's missing from, you know, by the name of maybe Maurice, then enemies nearby. Oh yeah. It's not a dragon, isn't it? Spriggan Earth Mothers. Oh, are they called Spriggan Matron? What the enemy? Oh. God, do I have to kill another dragon? God damn it. Oh, I'm not done with this place. Here, let me just place marker here. Oh. Don't know why I'm doing this, but I'm doing it. Butt gen sounds like an important word gen step. Can you step in any of these places? Yeah, let's go to a more open space. Yep. Good cut. Oh my god, there's so much pain. Raw beef. Raw beef. Ow. Regeneration, yeah. Oh gosh, I have too much health. I'll stay here. No YOL for you! Don't even try to YOL! Get him! Get him! Don't YOL! Yeah. I just know the trick to design maps for D&D by pouring rice on paper and tracing around the rice. Oh. I mean, as an Asian, I approve. Rice is life. Gosh, it's too heavy. It's too heavy. Ingredients? Are ingredients heavy? No, they're not. Nah, I'll come back afterwards. Why you had to kill the dragon or ride the dragon? Look, Savior. Look. Not gonna brag. I'm pretty sure I love dragons a lot more. Alright? But if I get the chance to romance a dragon, you bet your ass that I will. You bet your ass that I will romance a dragon, okay? I need it. Is there a game that focuses on fucking just dragon visual novel? Dragon bone scale are worth so much. Yeah, they are, but they're so heavy. Oh, why are you so heavy? What is this? I mean, stolen anyway. 75 Char's egg? Well, that's a bit of a problem, isn't it? Why not fast travel? Because when I'm overweight, I cannot fast travel. I'm too thick. There, now I can fast travel. Deepest sword on Steam. I mean, I played that. That's not exactly a romantic game with a dragon. Like, that's why I travel though, to sell some and come back. I cannot fast travel when I'm too thick. Can I? I thought I cannot. Okay, now I'm too thick. I cannot! I'm too thick! I wonder if Force fixed the overburn issue. I'm not gonna bring another companion. You guys are not gonna talk me into it. I will travel alone. Hey, I come And I'm gonna store the dragon things. The worthy steed? You mean Lydia? Will Lydia die? Maybe Lydia will. I don't know. Lydia will die only by your hand? Whoa. When too thick, fast travel become clad travel. Like, drop, store at home, travel back, continue the adventure. Yeah, guess I'm gonna do that, huh? I'm gonna do it. Let me just return to Danica real quick. There's also one of these around Morthal. Around this part, there's like one dragon. That confuses me. I have no idea. But Pinky's great.
Do you have the Elder Gleam sap?
I got the sap.
Wonderful. I'll use it to repair the tree. Thank you so much for all your help.
What if you lie to me? Oh, you don't? Okay.
I'll gladly share my knowledge with you.
You must level up to train more. What? Did I even train with you before? I didn't. Alright, that's the Nettle Bane done. Nice! Look at that. I'm almost done with all the quests here. There's like 10,000 quests here. The miscellaneous. Okay, Greybeards is the main line, I think. This one I got destroyed before. I don't know what happens if I go there now. Okay, let me get the dragon bones real quick then. Around Mortal? Hello, hi Narix. Oh fuck, I forgot. Let's watch it together, baby. Don't worry about it. I totally remembered. Here, let me mute this real quick. So, Narix sent me a Street Fighter 6 trailer that I had never seen before. Now let's watch it together. I know it's a little bit off the trail, but it's fine, alright? I need to watch it, and I just keep forgetting about it. Do the Saints and Seducers questline later? Oh, okay. Guess that's still too strong for me currently. Oh my god, this is shit on me. Fuck. All good, all good. I mean the trailer is about who? I only saw Cammy from the thumbnail. Don't know what else is there. I'm not a huge Street Fighter fan, but Street Fighter 6 gets me hyped out. And I want to play Street Fighter 6 when it comes out. Street Fighter 6 is like June 14? Yeah, it's 244 ringgit. Oh, 2nd June. That's like so not far. Yeah, I want to play this. Holy shit. I wonder if my PC can handle this though. I'm a little bit scared, but let's watch the trailer. They say this one is the last trailer for the game, and then after this, you're just gonna wait for the game to come out, right? It shows Cammy. Cammy looks really fucking good in the thumbnail. Not gonna lie. All right, let's give this a little watch. God, I'm so glad they go back to the urban hip hop days. Oh, Zangief? Of course it's gonna be Zangief. Of course. Oh my god, Zangief looks fucking chunk. Dude, Zangief is chunk. Brace yourself. Damn, Zangief. It's a natural wall bounce. Physical counter, okay. I love Zangief sounds more Russian now. It's time to get serious! God damn! What the fuck, dude? Who is this?
I call upon you, great wind.
He's more socialship now? He is more WWE than ever. No more green hand, by the way. Who is this? Lily. New character? Oh. Damaging Ton? Been a while. Whoa. Was that a command grab? Zip, zippity zip. Oh shit. Oh, so she's supposed to be like the cutesy character then? People are saying that Lily is T-Hawk's daughter. Oh, T-Hawk's daughter! Do you see the moves? Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Dude, the fucking... Cammy's actually... Dude, what the fuck? Why do they... Ayo? The thirst? Don't worry, that's not TOS still. Dude, they went all out with Cammy. That's an interesting move. What the fuck? They went all out for Cammy.
Another mission awaits.
Arthur, rooting for artists right now? Oh man. I mean, hey, I don't know about non-furry characters. Do you watch DJ? No. But I remember watching DJ trailer like 2 trailers back? Or 1 trailer back. The one where they introduce DJ and also JP, the villain character. That one, and also who again? I forgot. All the new... Wait, that's all the new characters. That's Marissa. Oh, I want to play Marissa. Marissa, Manon, JP, Blanca, DJ? Hype for someone's doing these grabs. DJ looks... I remember looking at DJ. DJ is really fucking cool. Really fucking cool. But Lily's interesting though. They saying Lily is T-Hawk's daughter, and I think I know... I think I see that. Also, the Rule 34 artists, I don't know if non-furries are gonna be as fast as those furry artists. The thirst. the thirst power. Hi, Malicious Magpie. Because T-Hawk is more command grabby, right? T-Hawk is command grab characters. And then all those Kondo Spire. Kondo Spire. I think I see Kondo Spire. Yeah, see? Kondo Spire! Kondo Spire! Yeah, it is. And I assume that is the command grab then. This one. Yeah, that's a command grab, it feels like. The spinny spin command grab, T-Hawk does that as well. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense. It's been a while. I haven't seen Street Fighter have this kind of cutesy, jokey character. Cool beans. The command grab needs a ton of distance neutral. Yeah, that move recognized. Kondo Spire. Also, can I say one short thing about this? Command grab usually resets neutrals. Well, not Zangief. Zangief seems to after the quote unquote Izuna drop. This one? Oh yeah, they reset neutral. Okay, okay. Guess I'm not good with grappler characters. This one caused natural wall bounce though. Also, this looks so good. I love Zenki sounds more Russian now. This is your last straw. Damn. Also, can I say something? You see, I don't know if you guys see this, but I'm seeing this as in Street Fighter 4 and 5. Most characters muscle structure, well, not really muscle structure, but how they present the muscle, the characters is always minus 50, like minus 100 body fat, right? Minus 100% body fat. They have no body fat. It's pure muscle, and that scares me away. But if you see this, I don't think it's like it. There's at least some body fat here now, because when Zangief does the flex, when Zangief does the flex, you can see like the flexing actually happens. You see the muscle tense up after it. It's not just like pure muscle. You see that? They have the veins and everything. Yeah, the veins and everything, they flex. It's like, my god, finally, no more 100% muscle and no exactly minus 100% body fat. And I think I appreciate this, right? I mean, sure, maybe someone likes the... Yeah, real people jiggle too. He's eating good on the stage. Good, you know, good. He's not forcing himself to be minus 100% body fat anymore, and I'm glad. Because my minus 100% body fat is just unrealistic at best. So every time I look at Street Fighter 5 or 4 footage, and it's like, oh my god, the muscle is just too much. You see it, right? See? Flex. The veins comes out. The muscles flex, tense. Yeah. Oh my god! It's such a big difference. Dude. RE Engine, right? This one? Is this RE Engine? Or Unreal Engine 5? They didn't say shit. Maybe towards the end? They only say PlayStation. Is it actually RE Engine? I sincerely don't know. Because I know Capcom made RE Engine, and they're trying to make lots of games in RE Engine, because RE Engine is really strong. And being able to do something like this is huge. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, I want to play Street Fighter 6 now. Hell yeah. Like, hello? Wait, this is... I'm gonna wait until I get enough money for this, and I'm gonna buy it. I'm gonna pre-order it. It's possible to buy it now, right? Yeah, see? Well, of course, I'm not gonna get this one. This shit's like 427 ringgit. Like, too much. Alright, too much. Okay, nice trailer. I like. We still need to learn what the difference between engines are, apart from bottleneck stuff and ease of use. I guess the most obvious difference between like different engines is just the graphical integrity of the details, right? The details. You can see something that's very small that's different sometimes. Like I never see a engine that can do. Is Rise RE Engine as well? Good. That shows you how versatile RE Engine is. Okay, now I need to go... Where is this? This is southwest? Is this southwest? Okay, yeah. Will was using an old engine that was suffering throughout the process. War is Unreal Engine, isn't it? Then they managed to make world the way it is quite a miracle in itself. World looks insanely good. Rise built upon Iron Engine instead. Good to know. Well deserved. Iron Engine is amazing so far. Alright, is the dragon skeleton here? It should be somewhere around here. Oh, it's gone? That's my gold hide. I did not eat the dragon though. Did it fall off? If I were to assume right, Rise and RE Engine was Capcom's live test with RE Engine. Like RE Engine goes on a different try to use RE Engine on a different genre of game, right? Because RE Engine the first RE Engine presentation was Resident Evil Remake 2, I think? Maybe? I think that's the first time they tried to use the RE Engine. And it presented so well. I guess the dragon is gone. It's okay. 3 dragon scales and bones. It's okay. Pain. It's fine. Should I just drop down the... Should I just drop down the scales and bones because gold hide is still here? Well, next time I would know. See, the gold hide is still here. But the dragon bone is gone. Maybe they took it back to the village? There's no way they'll do that, right? Me never really understood it. Some stuff says for, like, forever. Some stuff just despawns. Corpses should teleport into a room for corpses meetings? Probably? Ugh. Wolfie. Stinky. Oh my god.
Please don't mind Yorick. He's not mad. Really, he's not.
Have you seen my mother? I'm still waiting for her to come home.
Is that not your mother? How you doing, Wolfie? Welcome in. Hi, Moon Hall. It's high noon. I'm indeed alive. Hell yeah. Being alive #1. I'm gonna try this thing. What is this? Valder's hunting party? I should go there and see. I'll go from here. Oak Reef Watchtower and then just run here. What's up? What's up? Must be this one. How do you unbind eyedropper from control in Krita? Eyedropper from control. Oh, is control eyedropper? I thought eyedropper is P? Yeah. Sorry, give me a moment. Been a while since I last used Krita. Been a long time, actually. I thought P is eyedropper. I am diagnosed with control spamming syndrome. Are you now? Let's see. Oh, it is. Oh, control is like this. Oh, control is like pick on the spot. P is just like eyedropper in general. Okay, okay. Maybe settings will help. Keyboard shortcuts. Krita. 2 shortcuts. Where the contour? There's no control. Painting? Control backspace? Oh my god, there's so many things. Holy shit. I never looked here before. Oh my god. Accidentally changed the color at least 12,000 times. How though? I never really have that problem? Question mark? Okay, there's not even selection and shit. Filters? Definitely no filter. Is it menu? Animation? Blending modes? Color. Control M, Control B. There's so many control things, but not control. Color picker? On this SVG tools. Tool shortcuts, similar color selection tool. What? Oh, that's weird. Yeah, see, color picker is P, but there's not one? Oh, that's weird as fuck. Well, I mean, I could search up Google for it. Is there a way? Krita unbind CTRL color picker. Oh, looks like someone is like you. Remove color picker from controller. When painting a drawing tool is selected, the color picker tool can also be quickly accessed by pressing Control key. This behavior is driving me crazy. I frequently want to use undo or summon the command with the control prefix. My color will automatically change. Do you mean that your color changes even if you are not touching a tablet with your stylus, or just by pressing Control? Not intended behavior. Remove the shortcut for pick foreground color. Still makes the icon appear for some reason, but no color can be picked. To the communicator canvas input settings, alternate invocation. Remove the control left click shortcut with the right mouse button. Canvas input settings. Okay, configure canvas input settings. Tool invocation. And then which one again? Let's get the shit out of me. Hi, Leon. Alternate invocation. Remove the control left click shortcut. There's no control left click. Oh, alternate invocation, sorry. Control left. Yeah, this one. Remove it. Delete shortcut. Maybe this is the one. But I want this though. Pick foreground color. Can I revoke this? Okay, let me try add a shortcut. How do you add a shortcut? Mouse button. Key combination. Okay. Mouse button left. Modifier control. Control primary mode, and then this one. Pick foreground color from merge layer. From merge image. Okay, that's how you add it then. So I can delete this shortcut. Uh-oh, I messed up. Oh, I cannot do it? Oh, oops. It doesn't let me do it. Oh, maybe don't delete lah, huh? Maybe you could just like edit the mouse input to something else, or just remove it. Maybe it works. Yeah, you're welcome. Good shit. Thank you, internet. Very, very nice. Oh, moisturize? I'll have. Fuck! I was trying to moisturize, you bitch. Alright, let me moisturize real quick. What was I trying to do again? Oh, find the Valder. Oh, anytime, Wolfie. Hell yeah. I'll try to help any way I can. Well, if it's out of my if it's out of my not expertise, I don't think I have expertise, but still. That bunny was flying? I tried searching that first before asking, but I didn't find that link. Oh, it's totally fine. Sometimes Google be janky like that. I understand. Google is jank. Quite jank, not gonna lie. And NGL. Jank? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, it's so loud, sorry. I'm moving at 4 frames per second. It cannot make me jam. Because I'm moving at 4 frames per second. It's okay, I can jam still. Oh god. Jank. 4 frames per second. Long neck. Long neck. There's tail. There's tail. And broken face. Cool beans. Thanks for the jam, Narix. You're gonna love maximum jam from time to maximum jank. You're gonna love the barcode jam. Is this a cabin? Hi. Who are you? Hunter's Rest? Anyone here? Anyone's here? That's a lot of venison. Hi. Oh my god, this guy sleeps at 7 PM? Oh, this one is not a steal. I'll take it, thank you. My book now. Thanks for the gold. And tarpoot. Alright, bye-bye. Yeah, I should definitely do art next stream. And by next stream, I mean on Thursday.
Hello? You! Over here, please. I need help.
Are you sure?
Please. I'm not sure I'll make it on my own.
Are you sure though? Are you sure you cannot make it on your own? I could help you with that.
Please, do you have a potion you can spare?
You look fine, you bitch. Well, albeit there's like a blood stain on the trunk.
Thank Kinnereth for you, stranger. I'd almost given up hope of walking away from here.
What are you doing here?
We tracked a bear to this den. Good coin for those pelts. We had the big sow cornered when they showed up. 3 of them, out of nowhere.
Big sow?
Lions.
Oh.
Eels went down before we even knew to run. Ari died just inside.
Sad.
I never even thought the things were real.
Sedge.
I may have lost a drop or 2 of blood. Truth is, I'm not going anywhere like this. Hurts to breathe.
You look rather comfortable. I may have a potion spare.
I just need a little to get going.
Whoa. Did I give it to him? I hope I gave it to him.
Much better. Thanks, friend. I wouldn't have lasted much longer without that. But now what? I can't just walk away, not with my friends' bodies in there being torn apart by those beasts.
I'm sure they're already dead. Don't be foolish, I'll do it.
You'd really risk your life for a stranger's honor? I don't even know what to say. Thank you, my friend. I'll wait here.
You wait here. I don't need you to go inside because I need to cheese the game by shooting once and then run away. That's my plan. Easy. Is someone there? Must have been the... Whoa! Everything's dead. Oh, he did say it's a Spriggans, right? Not the burr. This bear still. Lover of Durgan Queens is such a nice adventurer. Yeah. She the best. Do I just shoot the Spriggan? Hopefully this kills. I don't know. Oop, almost. You don't see me? You don't even know where I am. That's right. You don't even know where I am. It's a myth. Oh! Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to shoot you over there. Oh, that looks painful. I'm so sorry. I thought all the birds that. Damn. That looks so painful.
Warning. You are undetected due to sneaking.
Yeah, my sneaking is too stonk. My sneaking level is like 80 something. 87. 87. And if I get this, I will not be seen anymore. Can I just stand in front of the bird? Oh. Tall Snake! Ah! Hi, Tall Snake! Oh my god! Here, give me a moment. You're playing Path of Titans? Is that the dinosaur game? I think that's a dinosaur game, isn't it? Hi, Tall Snake. Oh my goodness. Hope you're doing good, you sweet boy. It is nice. How was it? How was it? You need to wait 15... Oh. Sorry, Narix. Or is it Pinky? I don't know. It didn't say who did it. It was short stream due to technical difficulties. Ah, man. Technical difficulties sook. Who did what? Oh, I messed up, sorry. It's me. I messed up. Don't worry, nothing's wrong. Also, welcome in, Raiders. My name is... I think I should. What? Oh, I shout out twice and then it says I need to like have a cooldown on it. I don't know if you guys can see that. It says you have to wait 59 minutes 48 seconds before giving Tall Snake another shout out. Ah, yeah. Sorry. I think I should. I never thought about this, but I think I should actually use my kobold's name, since Droxen is my main character's name, right? I now have 4 characters. I should just say, yeah. I probably should do some. Limit to mods. Oh, okay, okay. Maybe next time I should introduce myself as Tira. How about that? And maybe update some about me section as well. Yeah, I'll do that next time. Also, welcome in Raiders. Sorry about my own thought and everything. My name is Tira. I'm a kobold, and I play a bunch of games. And I'm grossly addicted to Skyrim currently. Tira the Mortal Silage. Mortal Silage. And I do art occasionally as well. I need to get back to art this Thursday. Like, for real, for real. It's been too long. Even though you suffered from technical difficulties, Tosnick, but I still hope you had fun with Path of Titans. Technical difficulty sucks. I've been there a few times and boy oh boy were they annoying. Brr. Brr. Do you know where I am? Can you come up here? I see you cannot come up here. Oh. Too bad. I'm here now. Where did the bird go? I cannot see the bird. Is that a bird? Oh, that's the bird. Hi. Did you see the list of ID included but cut that I sent you? Oh, I saw. It was an interesting list. But too bad. I was kind of sad that they didn't put Valhazak into the game. Which is kind of weird. You know, since Valhazak is so good looking. Where's the bird? Oh, there's the bird. Yeah, this is a lot bigger. There's Lao Sanlong, I didn't see that. Dude, if they put Lao Sanlong in the game, I will actually shit my pants. Making the game hard to play. Like, I'll be hitting W to move and it would wait for like 2 seconds before it'll move. Yeah, I get that. It's still kind of happening to me, but not 2 seconds now for me. For me, it's like a little bit delayed. Constantly, but I'm okay with that. Albeit it's a little bit inconsistent with the delays, which makes it a little bit, just a little bit annoying. But it's not enough to hinder me from enjoying this game, so all good. But I'm sorry you have to go through that, Tosnick. Man. Is it like because Path of Titans is too much for the game to handle? Hi. You don't see me, you little shit. You don't know where I am. Oh. That is right. That is right. Don't even try to touch me. No touchy. No touchy allowed. Unless you surrender all your shiny to Kobo. That's right. It may be too much for it to technically be rendered twice due to obvious rendering everything I'm doing on top of my software. Also, if like VC Bikubot. Oh yeah, true. Especially VC Face. I seriously wish that there's like a software that can have both. Like both throwing redeems and without relying on VC Face. A two-in-one essentially. A two-in-one software for both VC Face and Reachable Plus. Because it is so jarring to always need to open up two super CPU intensive software at once. It's kind of painful. I just wish they have that, but they don't. For now, hopefully in the future they make it a good software that is not as resource intensive and don't need to rely on two apps. Can you code sounds to redeem to get rid of the need to see them? Code sounds to redeem? But then again, there's no ragdolling happening then. Since technically right now you guys are seeing, what you guys are seeing is the It's the VTuber Plus avatar. You guys are not seeing VC Face avatar. It's a different software. I need the VTuber. I need to show the VTuber Plus because VTuber Plus is the one that handles all the drawing redeems, the ragdolling, the ouch, the pet. Those, yeah, those are VTuber Plus. And then because VTuber Plus relies on VC Face projection a little bit. Yeah, they rely on VC Face projection. So if I only open up VC Face, you guys will not be able to throw stuff at me. Ooh. I fear at some point someone will make a 2-in-1 software. Just may take time to optimize it. It'll be hard to do the coding, and because it's processing, tracking and stuff, it's rough overall. Yeah, that's the thing. That's why I'm not like very upset over it. Like, I'll make do. Because what I'm doing right now is I make VC Face tracking at toaster. I make resolution 160 times 120, and I make the FPS work at 4 FPS per second. And that's how I make VC Face take as less resource as possible, right? Now VC Face, I think it's working at around 9 to 10% of my CPU. It's like, okay, it's not bad. I have lip sync on, and my model is moving at the my model is moving a slow-mo. Okay, how do I explain this? I'm looking to the left, and it's gone. There, I'm looking to the right. That's how slow it is. When I say I'm already at the right side. When I say I already switched side. Okay, too much. Yeah, it's super slow, but it saves resources. So I think it's a sacrifice, but it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make, so that I can have you guys interact with me in 3D, being able to throw things at me, being able to pet me as well, stuff like that. I'll be happy as well. I have it at lower settings, just not the lowest. True. Yep, see? So this thing is VTuber Plus. If I only open up VC Face, you guys will not be able to do this to me. Because VC Face is only face tracking.
It's done then. Justice, if you can call it that. Look, I want you to have this. I know it isn't much, but it's important to me. Ari gave me this dagger when we first started hunting together.
Dagger?
I always said it brought her luck. You should be the one to carry it now. I'll give them a proper burial, then head back. Come find me if you're ever in Falkreath. You'll always be welcome at my door.
Ooh. Is 2D VTuber models more processor saving? I cannot be sure since I never used them. But PNG Tuber, yes. PNG Tuber is very fucking resource saving. So the thing is with PNG Tuber, I say PNG Tuber because PNG Tuber is a little bit different from 2D VTubing, right? It's different. So PNG Tuber is essentially just 2 or even 1 image. You put it into Fugitech, and you go into a Discord call, and that's your PNG Tuber. What I mean by that, all right? Let's do some explaining. So PNG Tuber is essentially Fugitech. If you search out for Fugitech, you will go to like reactive Fugitech. So it requires you to log into your Discord. Can PNG Tubers have more than 2 images? There is GIF Tuber, where they actually have GIFs, but I don't know if it works for this one. So this is my PNG Tuber. So inactive image, speaking image, I think GIF works? Do I have a GIF of some sort? I don't think I have GIF. What if I put like MP4? What if I put my MP4? What's gonna happen? Why is it all files? Okay, I don't know if it's gonna work, but maybe you guys can try it out. So this is very resource not intensive. So essentially, if I go into a Discord call, let me go to my own Discord call. Okay, I'm in the Discord call, and you essentially just need to copy the browser source. I'm blocking it partially, so it's fine. Have the thing, and then there. So this one, it doesn't require any more, like, it doesn't require any extra software to be open. You just need to go into Discord and that's it. So essentially what this means is that I can close out VC Face and close out VTuber Plus. So yeah, that's how much they save up. That's PNG Tuber. And 2D live tubing, they require just because it has face tracking as well for 2D live tuber, I believe. Anything with face tracking does require a little bit more resource, I believe anyway, since I can't tell because I never really used 2D live tuber. But I know for a fact 3D model VTuber is so far the most resource intensive one. Like most of the time when I see people can have their model move in a very soft manner, very smooth. They move very fast and have lip sync and at the same time play the game and can have like blinking manually. That's like so strong. I tried that without streaming. I tried that off stream. I put everything at the highest possible setting, high quality, wing support, MPEG 30 FPS, MPEG 30 FPS, 720p, and I put it working as 24 FPS because 30 FPS is still a little bit too much. My PC can handle that. They could be using multiple computers for that, probably, yeah. Yeah, and then I have everything at maximum quality. It takes about 60% of my CPU. So right now I have everything on lowest. It takes about 9%. That's how big of a difference it is. It's quite scary, not gonna lie. It's a huge difference. Yeah, maybe they're using multiple computer, but it's kind of well, I don't have that kind of luxury to have multiple computers working at the same time, which is I'm okay with that. I'm doing everything with only like one CPU, and the best thing I have is that I have 2 monitors so that I can monitor the chat at the same time play the game. I only need to like look on both monitors and all is good. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. I'm just a merchant. You don't know where I am. Actually, you know where I am. You bug! Oh yeah? It's ending for sure. For you. Whoa, you have an orcish weapon? Damn, strong. But yeah, that's why I wish for a 3D software. A 2-run software. It's hard, it's rough, it's difficult. But I think it's possible. Because I saw one Twitter post from Ivycom. Ah, you missed. Ivycom said that they are getting ready to make a 2-in-1 3D software. And I hope that's real. And I hope they do it. They do require funds for it, which is, you know, naturally because shit's gonna be expensive. The resource they're gonna use is a lot, which is totally understandable. But yeah, it might be sooner than we think. Yeah, it would be cool if it works. Like everything about Ivycom said about the statement about the 3D software 2-in-1 or multiple in one. It sounds very, very promising. Can we see the source of that? Ivycom, I can try to find it. Oh, mage! Mage! No mages allowed. No mages allowed. Okay, let me try to find the tweet. I'm on my phone. It's like quite a while ago. Yeah, it's quite a while ago, but I think I should be able to find that. It's from it's a tweet without media. Oh, actually I found it. Okay, so it's actually an easy find. Here, let me go to my Twitter real quick. Aha, today we are exchanging information, huh? I'll search for it off screen. I don't want to show my Twitter too much because it can get... There might be some spicy stuff that I don't want to show. It should be quick. Give me a moment. Before my PC dies because I'm loading too many things. I hope not. I just hope my PC will be able to handle this. There. This is the thread. Right. So you see, Avicom notices the problem with 3D VTubing softwares. Right, overall pretty terrible, things are not maintained well, not user-friendly, most are not optimized, lag and jank, right? It's all the things that we've been talking about. Or, yeah, we've been talking about for the past maybe past half an hour, I think. Yeah, and then Ivicom is like trying to make a software that is like all of the above, right? Face tracking, troll things, being able to like being able to track not only just leap motion, I heard, but also with like VR headsets and stuff. I think that one I'm not too sure, right? But I think the general gist of what they're trying to do is to make a optimized 3D software, and I am very excited for this. Like, I'm sorry to say that I don't really have the financial capability to support this, but I think this is the most I can do. Share this one around, huh? Yeah, I don't have that experience myself. I built apps of my own before. I know this is possible and I want to see it through if I do start on it. I just need to know the demand is there. The demand is here. You know what? Actually, let me just like and retweet this. How long it will take for people to switch? I mean, those people spend a lot of time on coding stuff for the current software already. Yeah, that's the thing. I have zero idea on how coding works. I can only look at this and think like, wow, finally someone is addressing the issue and trying to find a solution for it. That's all I can say about it. It's like, oh my god, really? Hell yeah. I support this wholeheartedly. and I cannot wait to see it come to fruition. I'll be so happy. But yeah, that's why I know about it. People like Melon, who methinks did a lot, for example. Oh yeah, Melon starts off... Melon speedruns, right? Pretty much starts the trend of throwing things at VTuber. Because Melon starts off with Tifa. Twitch integration for avatars, right? I used to use Tifa back then when it cost money. Now Tifa is free. Oh god. Yeah, now Tifa is free, which is fine by me. I'm just like excited for them to actually address the issue and fix it. Snoof, hello Busuk. Hi Barnaby, hi Crip. Go to bed. No! I'm not ready to go to bed. I want to play this game. You cannot stop me. You cannot stop me from playing this game, Barnaby. Haha. I'm too stonk. I'm too stoned. But yeah, hopefully that thing, the 2-in-1, the 2-in-1 software comes to fruition. That's all I hope. So that I don't need to stress my PC out all the time. VTubing software is Blender. You use Blender for face tracking and throw stuff at you. I mean, I don't know if you have like throwing stuff at you like using VTuber Plus. Blender. It's all pre-rendered talking, so it's not blend shapes. You don't need to open up extra. You don't need to open up VC Face and VTuber Plus to let it show on stream. That's kind of cool. Picks up Droxen and put them in the bed. It's bedtime or nap time. No, I need my Skyrim. No. Where was the enemy? Oh, I see it. Thought you heard something, huh? Time to run. You know what? Let's fight them. Heal! Kill! Kill! Oh my god, we have a mage. Oh, don't worry about it. Hands you a dragon plushie. Good to go, 99. Oh my god, that's a dragon plushie? Ooh, very tempting. Very, very tempting. Ooh. I love dragon though. I love dragon so much though. I have Isu as a plushie now. Oh, did you do Isu plushie drawing? Oh my god, yes. I need to look it up. I need to look it up. Good bot. Oh yeah, I did have Seribot here. Seribot very important. Because I got follower rate not too long ago. I had Soul Dragon make me a 3D model of Isu. Oh! So Isu can do VTubing now? It's added to the item that gets thrown at me. Oh! Oh, that's kinda nice. throw Isu plush now. Is that everything? I think it's everything. Okay, now we go here. I pressed the wrong thing. I wonder if I can go against a giant head to head. Might be a bad idea, but I'm gonna try. Emotional damage! I guess I was reading chat, so that didn't get me. I was reading chat. I'm gonna stay up all night rendering things trying me for redeem. Damn. It's so close. 128 different ways. And all it takes for you to get Soul Throne and then stream for a month? My god. I mean, you did show me about the model you have, right? You could try VC Face. It could save you some trouble. Albeit it's like very resource intensive. Resource intensive. That's where they come from. Need of them to have made an entire model. Lots of work. Yeah. Well, today's Monday, right? Monday is still stream. I did lurk for a lot of points, so get ready to get get blasted. with all the all the DMs. Spooder. 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 Help. Oh, it's a dwarven arrow. Oh my god. Oh, there's a cave here. Auto video clip is like using 91 gigabytes. Holy fucking shit. That's too much. It's a super small plushie model like all the others I have. She also has a copy of it, but I don't know what she'll do with it, if anything. If she includes it in the VTPA file that I can throw stuff at her, I'll spam it. I think I still have points for Mega Abuse at her channel. Mega Abuse. Oh, hey. Oh. I was like, huh, why is there something here? I didn't see it. Did they really not see me? No fucking way. Are they enemy though? I don't know if they're enemy. Okay, one way to find out. Alright, one way to find out. Let's just cast Alteration. Oh my god, they are enemy. They didn't see me at first? That's insane. Okay, I mean... Damn, where's the spell? Holy shit. Now I only know how to cut. Fuck. Oh my god, she's so fucking strong. Time to run. Or not. I'm gonna run. But cut is all you need. Take it for Riverito. Just run for her for now. Oh, I'm out of stamina. How? Oh, she caused stamina damage? Oh my god. She seems to have ultimate magic though. Time to run. S 字形走位. Hey, fuck. How you so good at aiming, huh? No way, man. I'm running away, bitch. That's right. You won't catch me? You won't catch me? God damn, shouldn't have tested that. Take it for Rivera Bro. Rivera Bro is too strong. When Riverto casts ground cut T, my condolences. my condolences. NPC has skills just like you. If they have a high sneak, they will see you. So that woman right there has no sneak but all mage. I was literally standing in front of her and she didn't see me. What's she doing? What are you doing? Do you know where I am? Ascended Necromancer. Maybe that's why she's strong as fuck. So max. Sneak is so broken that we didn't even notice it. Them having different levels of perception? Oh. So if they have high level of sneak, they will see me now. Rivera bro. I should find a place that I can shoot and hide at the same time. Two beans. 88 sneak. Huh? Where's the must have been the wind? I want to listen to must have been the wind. If you're enchanted with gear with sneak, I think you can even fool the dragons. Oh my god. There's a sneak enchantment. OP. I need that. Where'd she go? Oh, okay. Cheat. Yeah, she can heal, that's why I run away. Hello, who's there? I don't know. Mind's playing tricks on me. An arrow just pierces through me. Mind's playing tricks on me. Whoever cast this illusion of arrow piercing through me in real life, I hate you. Such a specific spell, I cannot believe it. What? Is she gonna heal again? Oh, that's a huge heal. Oh my god. I kinda need to kill her one shot. I could try to sneak with a dagger. I mean, she has terrible... I mean, she literally cannot see me at first, right? She literally cannot see me when I tried to pickpocket her the first time. I'll try it. I don't have paralysis. Hey.
That's close enough. That's close enough.
Uh-huh. Is it no?
That's close enough.
NPC be NPC.
That's close enough.
That is actually so painful. Holy shit. I mean, 15 times. What can I say? Oh, you were looking at this person. Hey, seems you're good, I think. Hi. Oh, wait. Okay, seems you're good. What do you want? Why are you all so aggressive?
I've been hunting and fishing in these parts for years. Take a look.
You're so fucking rude. Do you want direfish? Do you want tripod spiderfish? Yeah, I can give you 3. You can have my direfish. Do you want rabbit haunch? I'm not gonna give it to you. Miscellaneous. I can give you fox pelt. Does fox pelt can go into that? I think they can. Nah, I'm keeping all of those.
Yeah,
Yeah,
It's not like my poaching is hurting anyone. The Jarl can hardly eat every deer now, can he?
Maybe. Okay, where am I trying to go? Oh yeah, kill the giant. Huh? Enemy. Are you gonna chase the deer? The deer is just letting you You're cheating! The dirge is standing there, not trying to run away, you little shit. I'm taking the things. It's mine now. I don't care what you think about it. That's my iron arrow, you little shit. Like, they got it so easy. And then whenever I try to hunt the dirge just like runs away at the slightest bit of no. When they see me with their ass, they just run away. It's like, oh my god. And then the dirge just stood there and let her shoot 3 arrows at them. It's like, yeah, my god, man, jeez. Wow. That's how you kill a dirge, I think. Oh my god. Are they bandits? Are you guys bandits?
Never should have come here. Found you.
Oh wait, you guys are fighting each. Oh,
Must have run off.
must have run. Trying to fight me.
We are on the hunt.
Uh-huh.
Meat from fresh kills.
Meat from fresh kills. Cool. Why do you look like you want to kill me? Do you actually want to kill me? If I stand here long enough?
Close enough.
Sure. I mean, so close to a point where you would kill one of your brethren, huh? I mean, I don't judge you, but holy shit. Really? Oh my god! That's a nice censorship. Hi, Cheesecake. I saw you were doing art this morning. How was it? Oh, my morning. How was the art section? Cheese, go back to Greenland. Okay. Wait, that's Barnaby saying it. You guys have the same color. Oh, you're gonna play Oh, you're gonna play Dawn of the Dragon? Nice. I finished it last year during my birthday. Yeah, I like pink as well. Don't worry about it. It's okay. It's okay. Pink good. Purple even gooder. Oh. I'm gonna try. Never tried it before, but guess now's a good time to try it. Oh boy. Help! Help! I did it. I'm the best. Now I can go back and wearing my dress. Drawing was fun. Trying to finish ref sheet that I haven't worked on for a long time. Damn, there's so many things I haven't worked. I still haven't started yet. Oh my god, I'm gonna cry. Yeah, there's a lot of things I haven't started yet. I feel terrible. Sorry. With this triple giant? Is that triple giant or quadruple giant? Why are there so many giants in one place? Or are they bandits? Oh wait, they are bandits. They're trying to fight each other? Come on, fight. Fight. Oh, what? Okay. Okay. They don't even stand a chance. Whoa. Okay. I see the power of giants now. Space space program. Oh my god. Oh shit, that's amazing. Very much like it. Oh, you have a Dragon Boy ref sheet getting it done. Ooh. Yeah, I really need to cook up a ref sheet for my Cobalt Girl as well. I'll try to do like a draw over of my 3D model. See what can I cook up. So this one I'm gonna do on the Thursday lah. How am I supposed to fight 4 giants in one place? Why are there 4 giants in one place? Or 2? A few days ago, praise notifications. My god. Twitter sucks. Oh my god, they're so strong. Need to hide. The cheese of sheathing and unsheathing weapons makes me walk double speed. Wanna see the rough sketch of the ref so far? Yes, please. I like it. He also gets the, hey, I went live on Twitch. No, it's about 12 hours plus. 12 plus hours late. Oh my god. I don't think I can kill them like this. This is gonna take 10 years. I think the mammoth doesn't want to kill me. Might leave loot be worn. Alright. Noted. Do I have to kill the giants here? Kill the giant located in Sleeping Tree Camp. So I need to kill 4 of these? How are people gonna do this? Oh, sorry, didn't mean to bonk the mic. I keep bonking the mic, it's like kind of close to me. I'm just trying to mine some corundum, you fuck. You know, fight? You wanna fight? I'm a pro in archery. Get shot. Get shot. Run. Do you have the stamina to run? Oh, I do. Oh my god, you're fast as fuck. Don't think that's gonna help. Oh. Who is trying to shoot me? Oh, whoever was trying to shoot me, I'll bonk the shit out of you. 30% chance of crit? Oh, is this like unique? I don't want that. Alright, who was the one who's trying to shoot me? Dude, there's so many giants! Yeah, look over there. There's something over there. Don't you think? Yeah, yeah, there's something there. Look at that. Oh god. Oh, ooh, that did quite a bit of damage. I'm sure he's strong as fuck. Nice. Good miss. Good miss. How about another one? Thank you. Oh, hi, Taro. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. Okay, there's one more giant too. Do I need to kill the mammoths? I don't think the mammoths would. I don't think the mammoths will get me, right? They're like neutral. Too heavy again?
Them muscular giants don't stand a chance against them teeny weeny, tiny bitey arrows.
I know, right? My teeny weeny bitey whitey arrows is too strong for them. That's fine. Hope you're all fine, fluffies. Oh, I'm doing fine. I'm doing pretty okay. Coffee is making me feel quite energetic, and I like it. Oh, mammoths want to kill me? Mammoth bad? Dude, mammoth bad? Mammoth wants to kill me? I drink coffee and fall asleep faster. What the fuck? What kind of dark magic is that? I cannot. After I drink coffee, I'll feel like my heart rate goes way faster. Then it's gonna be very hard for me to fall asleep. And if I drink coffee at nighttime, it will make me feel terrible instead. I wish I can have that kind of power, the dark magic. Sorry, didn't mean to shoot the mammoth. I'm dead. Run! The fastest run, baby. You guys don't know, but I've activated Game Shark. That's right. I'm cool. Like if I can drink coffee and fall asleep faster, I would drink coffee all day, baby. Well, for the sake of the taste, honestly, because I love how coffee tastes. Nice. No for super tiny, but with development done like end of March doing celebration. I will make it as soon as possible. I know it's been like almost half a year. You don't deserve to wait that long. I'm so sorry. I just got way too addicted to Skyrim, and it is entirely on me. So I should really apologize for that. I will definitely work on it if I have the time these days. I will. I list down the problems that I'm trying to fix. There's one thing I'm a little bit scared of, is that the hand might be a bit of a problem. I saw the problem with the fingies being like janky. I'll try to look into it and see what can I do with it. Since it's a little bit hard for me because I don't have leap motion, might be a little bit hard. But I'll still try my best to look into the problem. But the rest of the problem should be okay. I have the Poyomi shaders downloaded and it's already in Unity, so that one shouldn't be too much of a problem. But yeah, I'm so sorry for making you wait this long. It is totally my fault. So I'm sorry. I was once given Monster Energy drink right after an Army 6 km run event. Nearly fell asleep in the cab home. Dude, 6 km run? I would cry. Do we kill Mammoth or do we not kill Mammoth? How strong is Mammoth? Only one way to find out. How do you want to call your followers? Drake calls them space kobolds. Oh, I've been seeing Drake calling his followers space kobolds. As a kobold, can I call you guys dragons? I mean, I've been calling you guys critters on Discord. That will work too, yeah. Space dragons. Sorry, Mammoth. Dragon critters. Critters best term? Yeah, I always love the word critters, to be honest. Because critters is like so like in general. Critters goes for anything can go for critter. Alright. Apparently my archery is very strong, I just realized. I should come back and get all this stuff. I don't think I've killed the giants yet. Okay, so this is... Okay, Sleeping Tree Camp. Let me go to Whiterun and clean everything up real quick. Yeah, Mammoth is a critter, Butterfly is a critter. I personally think critter is not bad. Oh, I should teleport to Dragon's Reach instead. I am a critter. I am a critter as well. Well, I had the term idea critter because as a forest guardian, you know, my Droxen is a forest guardian, cryptid. That's how I got the idea from, since, you know, forest guardian stuff, and everything in the forest is a critter.
We, your loyal critters, swear eternal servitude to our one true lord.
The loyal critters. One true lord. Is it possible to have 4 true lords? Is it possible? 4 true lords. Oh my goodness. And to Droxen too.
It seems this damnable conflict has claimed everyone's passions of late. Me? I had you figured for a mage. I think you'll appreciate this.
Guess I can show you some, save some books, huh? Mine was Legion. Every time someone says critters, this is what you think of. What be dead? This time I'll be a heavy 200 warrior. 200? Don't call me out like that. Don't call me out like that. Creepy collars, alien bug maker, kit of 24 bug mites, melt create creep. What is this? What do they do with this? Oh, you make spooters, or you make, well, creepy color critters with this? Whoa, Pog! Oh my god, it's a thing, Pog! Hey, yo. I always love when people take pictures like this. Why are you putting it in? Let me something like this. What's with the over-exaggeration phase? Okay, maybe I know why. It's like the visual hierarchy. Look, as a artist, well, I don't think I'm an artist, but still, like I studied artists before in the university. I get why people do this. Visual hierarchy, yeah, for advertisement. Think of an easy bake oven, but for little rubber insects and spiders and stuff. Oh, so essentially, you just put the jelly into the mold and put the mold into here and bake it into something like this. That's kind of cool. How much does this cost? Oh! 128? It's only 128 ringgit. Oh my god. I would cry. But yeah, I mean, it is in USD. The older version looks cooler though. Ooh, that's an older... Wait, that's a newer version? Wow.
You know, if you've got the aptitude, you should join the Mages College in Winterhold.
The other one looks actually just like an easy bake. This one requires you to go through a bit of a procedure with the baking. Let me just make the potions real quick, and we're gonna go back to the giants, take all the things. Oh, sorry.
Got something for just about everybody in here. Give a holler if you have any questions.
Time to make some potions. Which one is good? Blue butterfly wing, blue mutton flower. Oh my god, so good. Oh my god, 330? 383. 283. Taurus Hunter Antennae. Death Bell. Nope. Nope. Oh! Oh, it's Giant's Toe. That makes sense. Wow, that's so strong. Oh, I have too much Charizard's egg. Butterfly wing?
If there's anything I can help you with, you have but to ask.
Creep Plaster, Death Bell, 42. Only 42? Is it with you? Oh, it is. Maybe I can combine you with something else to make it stronger. 85. 85. Saber Cat, 85. 42. Garlic, 100. Garlic and Vampire Dust. I don't think I have Vampire Dust. No, I don't. Okay. Perfect. 100. 100 seems to be like the most they can go. Death Bell, Distal. That's the image. Ooh, let me look at it. Sorry about the screen keeps flashing. Oh, this one seems to have more freedom of design. You are presented with a blank canvas, and then you can just make your own. Yeah, the older did it more quickly and went faster, and with more freedom of design too. You're presented with a blank canvas, and then you can well, quote unquote draw your own critter, which is pretty cool. Not gonna lie. You can also dye them. Oh, pink purple. I love pink purple. Demi is wondering why the new one exists. Maybe the new one is trying to teach people how to bake things like proper. I don't know. I think these two is just not that worth. Charos Egg and Death Bell, even though I have loved them. 42. Bear Claws. Oh shit. Butterfly Wings. Bloomington Flower. 59. Blister Ward. 59. 85. 85 seems to like the most. It feels like Charos Egg Invisibility. Oh wait.
I sell cures for all ills, and I'll be happy to serve you.
Hey yo. The old one, like the old easy bake, could get a bit too hot and hurt kids. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. The target demographic and hot doesn't go well together. Not like 3rd-degree burn hot, just too warm and you want to put some alloy on it, kind of hot. Oh, okay, okay. Just a little bit. Ah, yeah. Those kind of hurt.
I sell cures for all ills, and I'll be happy to serve you.
Oh my god, that sucks. I mean, she's Charis Egg. I'm gonna assume Charis Egg and Glowing Mushroom doesn't fit. Yeah, they don't. Unless I'm presented with something else. I wish you shut the fuck up, women. You talk too much. Strong Fungal Pot. Resist shock. Ooh. This though? 96. 96, 19, 70. Ooh, 101? 141? Yeah. Purple Mutton Flower. Yeah, it's just Death Bell and Charge.
I sell cures for all ills, and I'll be happy to serve.
Oh boy. I don't think that's as worth. What is... Okay, Charis Egg. Reduce the poison, fortify stamina, damage magicka. Invisibility is like huge, but I don't have any other invisibility thing. Unless I can sort of sniff them out. Fortify stamina?
You'll find tonics, salves,
Okay, gonna go have fun. Okay, Barnaby. Have a great day. Thanks for stopping by. They have Candice Root. No, I don't have Candice Root. I have Creep Cluster. Yeah, you see no root.
I sell cures for all ills, and I'll be happy to serve you.
Which one sells for the most? Paralysis? Chunk is paralyzed for 5 seconds, restore 24 points of health. Oh yeah. Cost 10 points of poison damage. Oh yeah. Restore health.
If there's anything I can help you with,
Whoa. Cost 5 points of poison damage for 10 seconds. Let's heal them and paralyze them. Yeah. And then cause poison damage for 10 seconds. This is fucked. Frenzy? Is Frenzy good? Frenzy's like okay-ish. Weapon and armor improving is 20% better? Maybe not. You know what? I'm just gonna go ingredients, just go ham with everything. I think since I have too much Charis Egg, I'm gonna make that the main thing. Lavender 58. Fleshy? No. Mora? No. Chitin? No. This? 70's not bad, I think. Strong Fungal Pot? No. Tarput? No Tarput. Tundra? 100. Meetings will be useful for NPC who can die, but you don't want them to, so immobilize them while healing. Very niche case though. Seems like a very rare case. Purple Mountain Flower with Swamp Fungal Pot. Yeah, okay. Small antlers, slowfish. Ooh.
You'll find tonics, salves, poultices, and potions on my shelves. Browse to your heart's content.
Bear Claws, Bristol Ward. Bear Claws. What does Bear Claw do? Restore similar fortify health, damage maker, magical regen. Why is that noise? Holy shit. Small enters is good with salt, that's all you remember.
Do let me know if I can be of service.
Oh, that's not bad. Fortified restoration. Plus more endless. Whoa! Salt and tar poot? Why do I call it tar poot? Oh, it's tap root. Oh, I didn't see the P. Sorry. It's tap root, not tar poot. Dragon's tongue? Oh!
You'll find tonics, salves, poultices, and potions on my shelves. Browse to your heart's content.
Drain Magica. Dragon's tongue? I know Death Bell is like, yeah, Charge and Death Bell is the weakness to poison. Damage Magica. Butterfly Wing, 85. 85 is honestly not bad. I could just sell them. 100 with garlic. 85. Costs 15 points of poison damage. Like a combo. This one seems pretty good for arrows. Yeah, it's the same. Skeever Tail, same. Swarm Fungal Pot, nope. Concentrated poison damage stamina by 10 points. I'm gonna sell this. White Cap, Skeever Tail. D6? Not that good. White Cap with Skeever Tail is something? Fungal Pot? Swarm Fungal Pot? Cheated? No? Nightshade? $10 points of poison damage? Value 3? That's so sad. Nightshade and Purple Flower. Damage health. Oh, I haven't found all the Nightshade things.
If there's anything I can help you with, you have but to ask.
Whoa. I have to use Dragon's Tongue though. Sad days.
I sell cures for all ills, and I'll be happy to serve you.
I'm just gonna randomly put things together now. Conjures a spell, lasts 25% longer for 60 seconds, restore 25 points of health. Oh, I have a lot of glowing mushroom as well. How about this? Hey! Resist shock. Troll fat? No. White cap? No. Thorax? 389. Oh my god, this guy's fuck. What's going on? Let me send you a pic of that sushi place I mentioned last time around to your Discord. Ooh, okay, okay. I'll take a look afterwards.
If there's anything I can help you with, you have but to ask.
I have too many things. Oh, that's so sad. Red mutton flower 58, Mora tapinella 78. Mora tapinella? Just paid? No? Okay. This one, Lush Antlers, Honeycomb. Oh, hey. We're still 25 stamina, thank you. Macrep chitin. Restore stamina, Hanging Moss. No. Garlic. 117. 117? I mean, that's not bad, right? Garlic, it's quite strong, isn't it? Oh, yeah. Any spooder eggs? One. I have one spooder egg. Spooder egg with another egg and A fish? Ectoplasm? Elves here?
Do let me know if I can be of service.
Bows do 20% more damage? Wow! 45 marksman? Oh shit! Trophed Skeever Tail is so sad. Ugh. Garlic. Grip cluster.
I sell cures for all ills, and I'll be happy to serve you.
I wasted it. Whoa, that's quite strong.
You'll find tonics, salves, poultices, and potions
Wow.
on my shelves. Browse to your heart's content.
Purple mutton flower. Restore stamina fortified sneak? Maybe if I can get a fortified sneak somewhere? Oh no, I only have one, okay.
I sell cures for all ills, and I'll be happy to
Wow.
serve you.
Wasn't an alchemy skill for learning more properties when eating raw ingredients? But I never really up any, I don't really have any alchemy perks on. I don't even have perk points. I think I spend most on archery, two-handed and sneak, and a bit of an alteration. I should just use the charged sag. Oh!
You'll find tonics, salves, poultices, and potions on my shelves. Browse to your heart's content.
That's kinda sad. Ugh!
I sell cures for all ills, and I'll be happy to serve you.
Huh.
If there's anything I can help you with, you have but to ask.
Aw. Oh, nice. Namish Rod Trophy? Thundercon?
I sell cures for all ills,
Oh, hey, there it is.
and I'll be happy to serve you.
You guys might think that I know what I'm doing. Truth is that I don't. I have no idea what I'm doing, like, at all. Okay, that's all the ingredients I have to be able to make some potions.
For ailments both common and
Arcadia, I swear to fucking god, you don't shut up at all.
Ah, so you're an alchemist then.
I'll keep the paralysis. Sometimes I might need it. Hey. Restore stamina 8. Alright, there we go. Thanks for the money. That took way too long. The difference in playing this is interesting. Here, me sees a ton of training and potions and stuff with some combat skills. Meanwhile, mine was more like smithing and stabbing things with a dagger. I mean, maybe because I like shiny a little bit too much. How much money do I have? 16k. Oh my god, I need more.
Trinkets, odds and
I need more gold. Here, give me some of these. Gold hide, Horse hide, pelt, iron ore, thank you. This. I gotta store like the unique names. I don't want to sell my gold necklace and stuff first, like the jewelry, because I feel like I want to enchant them first before I sell them. Now it's back to selling these. Weakness to poison. There you go. 5%. I can just give it to you, it's fine. Destruction spells. Fortify health. Sell. Whoa. You cannot afford these potions. It's too good for you. Fortify Magicka. Restore 25 points of Magicka. Whoa. Okay, sell this. Fortify Marksman, I'll keep it. Strength spells, sell. Fortify stamina. I'll sell this. There, you can have it. Okay, how's my weight looking? Do I have too much potion? I mean, I know each potion is like 0.5 weight. We'll fully embrace potion making in MMOs though for selling. I mean, I just love making money, and it feels like making potions like the easiest way to make money in this game. I mean, in my for my experience now, just kind of funny idea. Can you try your alchemy and then sell your potions to Arcadia and get all that money back? I should try it. Give me a moment. Let's Bane, Lucky Dagger. Nah, I'm putting in fine clothes. I'm not feeling fine clothes today. I have so much things here. Okay, time to use all of them.
Honored to see you again, my Thane.
Honored to see you again, my Thane. Is there a way to make them be able to accept my potions? Like, because I noticed that only Arcadia and Bellathor accepts potions, and then those guys don't accept potions. Is there any perk for that? I can just sell anything to anyone, or like any merchant.
Take a good look around. I'm sure you'll find what you're looking for. If not, let me know. You look rather... I think I can teach you a thing or two.
Ooh, that costs so much. Holy shit. You better give me back my money.
Take a look.
Whoa. You're rich. You're rich. Drain some Magicka. And I'm gonna sell these, it's fine. Are those there for 60 seconds? I'll keep it. Okay, regenerate Magicka. Weaker to magic to 30 seconds? No, I'll sell it. Weaker to magic for 30 seconds. Sell. Sell all these. I need my money back. This one's actually good. Selling these. Selling this. Resist magic. Resist poison. Poison. Resist shark. Nine gold. Any 9? I have 8. You can take that. Okay, you can have 1 gold. There you go.
Come back anytime if you need
Check speechcraft tree. Should get 1 more point in stamina. And that's 200 stem. Speechcraft speech. Yeah, I have this haggling. Allure. with the opposite sex? Ooh, hey. Can bribe guards to ignore crimes? No, I don't want to use my money. Persuasion attempts are 30% easier. Intimidation is twice as successful. I never need to use intimidation. I just kill them. Merchant can 70 times. Oh, there it is. Look at that. Can 70 times run any kind of merchant. I need this so that I can make easy money. But it's okay. For now, let's up our smithing thing real quick. We all business, not corporation. We all business now. Oh no. Oh, is it nighttime already? Crap. You know what? Let's go sleep in the Bennett meh. Oh, sorry. Sleep until the next 8 a.m. I'm level 30 now. I'm so stonk. It's like a business frog.
I enjoy this work well enough. Sure thing. It's yours for a day.
Thank you.
Go you to your room. Right this way. Need anything else? Just let me know.
Oh, the shadow.
Are you in trouble? Is that why you're hiding like that?
Yeah. Can I pickpocket you?
What do you need, my friend?
What do you need,
Know
my
if
friend?
there's anything else you need.
That's 12 hours, right? 9 okay 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 My face when I have to disable Twitch pop-up window in order to continue listening to a stream after locking my phone. Counterintuitive? Yeah. I mean, it is Twitch Mobile. Twitch Mobile has been weird for a long time. Doesn't seem to be improving in my to my knowledge. Hi. What? Are you open? Are you not open yet? It's 8. Excuse me? I'm gonna bring to your home.
Got some good pieces out here if you're looking to buy.
Oh my god, I'm sorry for stopping you. Please walk faster. Please walk faster, you little shit. I will shoot you. Quick. Fast. Now. Do it. Open the shop. I need your things.
I don't claim to be the best blacksmith in Whiterun. The Orland Greymane's got that. Have you met my father?
When do you even open? Why do you always sell lockpick? What? Why do you suck? Why do you suck?
Don't forget to check inside the shop if you need anything.
I want to. You don't sell anything. Do I need to wait for 1 more hour? Alright, I'll stand in place for 1 hour. What the fuck? Did it just not open? Oh, there it is. Thank you. Go, 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 go. I want to buy.
We've got small blades.
I want to buy.
Pretty much anything to suit your needs. Good doing business with you.
Thank you. Using Android? Like, mine is Android. It just pauses every app so far except Spotify when locking it.
I don't claim to be looking to protect yourself or deal some damage.
Oh, do some damage. That's...
Don't forget to check inside the shop if you need anything.
I'm too thick. Oh god, help. I'm too thick. Okay, nice, 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 nice. Time to make dagger. Oh, is there anything else that I can make? Oh my god, look at these. One sapphire, there. Silver ingot amethyst, there. Gold ring, gold jewel necklace, there. I'll keep the gold ingot. Nice who. That is good leveling. Dagger, the ultimate killing weapon. Hell yeah.
Blades, helmets.
Here, I made this 10,000 dagger. You can take it. I get 220 back. Fine, just for you.
Alright then.
And then I have a bunch of belts. Okay, and then we make all height braces. And some height helmet. $712. That works. It's funny how it becomes heavier. I know, right?
I don't claim to looking to protect
I
yourself.
mean, you would think tanning heights makes it more like lighter, and then being able to use them. No, it just makes it heavier. Whoa, absorb stamina? River and Iron Hammer? Whoa. Maybe I should like browse their things.
Don't forget to check inside.
Ah, now that's looking good. Oh, hi, Top. Moisturize? Oh yeah. Let me check the shop real quick.
We've got looking to protect yourself or deal some damage.
Oh, you sell the same thing. Okay, bye.
Good doing business with you.
I work for Bella.
The weight of air. Uh-oh. My water bottle is empty now. No. Alright, give me a few moments. Tanning heights weight. First results about Skyrim. Then I guess give me a moment. Might as well go for a bit of a toilet break as well. I know the timing is a little bit awkward, but I'll be right back. Need to refill my water bottle. I'll put it in the middle. Oh, let's test this. I don't know if Monster Hunter Swing is actually copyright stuff. Thanks. I've been listening to Poke Village. Yeah, see, it's here. Poke Village theme jazz. This is very, very nice. I'll make it a little bit louder since I'll be out for a little bit. Don't know if it's gonna be too loud. I hope not. Oh, toilet break's a little bit unreadable. There, this is good. Ouch, missed. Alright, I'll be right back real quick, alright? I'm gonna go refill the water out and also go toilet for a little bit. You make sure you guys hydrate as well, alright? Very important. I'm back with water.
Welcome back. Welcome Terry. Content to te revoir. Selamat kembali.
Selamat kembali.
Bienvenido de nuevo. Welcome Terry. Maligayang pagbabalik. Dobrodosal nazaj. Takalandilan inso. Merban biadatica. Recipe retro. Tervetuloa Takaizen.
I have no idea what those are. I only know... I mean, content de te revoir sounds like French. Selamat kembali is, well, Malay. Selamat kembali. Bienvenido is Italy? Welcome to Rook, I don't know. Maligayang Bagbabalik? Is that Tagalog? It means welcome back, yeah. I mean, honestly, I never heard people using Selamat Kembali. Not with a W in the beginning. Yeah. Okay, let's continue with the Skyrim adventure. Need to do more stuff. Now I need to check afterwards if that music is gonna get my like copyright anything. I don't know. Okay, now what do we do? I think we should do the high Hrothgar one. This one. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. The way of the voice, right? They say. Is it important? I don't know, but I'm gonna go there anyway. So I'm gonna go here. It's so sad that I cannot talk to any dragons like at all. It sounds like the dragons are speaking their own language. That's the thing. Oh, they're back.
Tools, wares, and...
Take
a look.
Take a look. Corkbob arrow? Pretty sure Capcom doesn't exactly care about this, because I expect the themes to end up inadvertently playing midway through Hansa playthrough. Oh, that's fair. Ship this money if we can speak dragon around? I know, right? Imagine being DMCA because Zinogre team play when you hunt Zinogre. True. That would be kind of funny though. Funny, haha. You don't sell good stuff, do you? Apparel? Major smithing. Major welding? Oh, wielding, sorry. The vagrant ropes of conjuring? 1200. Oh my god. Potent paralysis poison. Cure disease? Is there even disease in this game? Virulent frenzy poison? Stamina poison? Weak frenzy, weak poison. Skooma. Oh wow, nice. I bought the wrong thing. Oh my god, that's so expensive. Iron ore. Kettle. Nice. I think the first step of vampirism is a disease that we can just cure. Oh, wow. Make sure you find the pic I saw ready to show how I'll poop Pinky. How about pooping me? How about pooping me? I want to poop from Jet Boy. Cure all diseases sells for like 50 gold, 52 gold or something. That was a pretty advanced medicine. Maybe. Okay, it's over here. I can a bong chicken?
Need something?
No.
There's a nip in the air. Cold won't be good for my crops. Never is.
I have cabbage to sell.
Honest pay for honest work. You should buy some produce from Carlotta's stall. Most of it comes from my farm.
Cool. People don't die from disease, they die being sent to space by a giant. Kerbal Space Program, but it's actually Skyrim Space Program. Brought to you by Giant. Go to your mansion, they want to see it. Oh, yes! I'm gonna go look at it. I'm gonna go look at it. That's a big boob. That's a huge boob. I want it. Do it to me. I need it. Do it to me. I have huge need. Skyrim space program. Okay, I had enough with. Yeah, I want to cut things. Big boof, 60 damage. It's okay, Kobo only has 3 health points. Oh yeah, oh yeah? What did I do to you? What did I do? Boeth the occultist? Who the fuck are you? Oh my god, they're so tanky? What? Whoa, that's a nice painting. Boethius proving? What's that supposed to mean? Do I look at the... It's B, right? No. Oh, it's a book? Boethia's Calling. Find the Shrine of Boethia. The following account is true, may serve as a warning to those with ears to hear and hearts to know. Wait, Boethia is what? Prince of Plots, Deceiver of Nations, Queen of Shadows, Goddess of Destruction. Whoa, that's a lot of things. Still don't know what that is. On the side adventure. I'm kind of curious about it. Here, how far is this? Find the Shrine of Boethia. Shouldn't be too far, should it? Could it? Oh my god, it's too far. Goodbye. I'm not gonna do it. At least not now, At least not now. Is High Hrothgar way up over there? Oh god. Oh yeah, oh yeah. I also love how the female Argonian sounds. It's kind of interesting. I kind of like it, to be honest. Oh, does this go back to Riverwood? Oh, I'm back to Riverwood. Let's go. You can just fast jump to the stables of a site near the shrine. Which one is it again? Oh yeah, this one. It's in Windhelm. I've been to Windhelm before.
Poppus isn't too friendly with strangers, but you seem alright.
Riverwood's agreeable enough, I suppose. For a Nord village.
Or Nord village. Are you not a Nord?
Here, unmatched in all of Skyrim, to be sure.
Oh, you don't look like a Nord, okay.
It means so much to us to have the claw back where it belongs.
Thank you so. Some may call this junk. Me, I call them treasure.
I need that golden claw back. I'll steal it from you someday. Scale horn armor? Is that different? That looks a bit different. I mean, even the name is different. Miscellaneous. Nice, nice. 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 I don't think I have anything to sell for you. I'm out of potions to sell. Or do I? Still have a few. Man, I don't have potion for sale. I was making so much potion and it's already gone. Stealing equals removing head and searching body for there's RNG to bother with? I mean, fair enough.
Alright then.
I think if the head is removed, the body will not know this is stealing. Maybe. He's gonna run up. Oh, look at you, afraid of me stealing things? Oh, you pussy.
It's a fine day with you around.
Where's the claw? Where did I put the claw? Where did the claw fly off to? Can they not see me here? Oh my god, I'm actually hidden here. Hi.
We're the only people around who aren't complete fools.
Where's the claw? It flew off and I don't know where it is. Thanks. Hey, have you seen your own claw, Luke?
Be careful.
No, shut the fuck up. I will not be careful. Where's the claw? Also, I'm here and nobody can see me. Like, I'm not like detected. I'm actually hidden in plain sight. Sorry, I'm seriously trying to find a claw here. I'm not even memeing at this point.
Thank you so much for taking care of those thieves. The Riverwood Trader is back to the way it used to be.
Yeah, but where's the claw? Oh, okay. I mean, I'm hidden, right?
The Riverwood Trader is everything you need in a general store. What the?
You're not from around here.
Damn, that level 5 traders never heard you can be that sneaky. Does holding E works now? Oh yeah, let me try on something. Oh!
I came here from the Imperial Province to work with my
Hey, where's the golden claw?
Camilla or I will be happy to help you.
Where's the claw? Hey, look and... Gosh, where did the claw go? I just helped you though. I hope kettle works.
Maybe you're looking for something particular.
Oh shit. How do I
Carry just about anything you could need.
I'm sure.
I know some of it looks like junk, but everything's a treasure in the right place.
Oh shit. Oh my god, it's so good. Hey, Camellia. Don't worry about it. Oh, I forgot to put it away first. I had to press E again. There. Damn, nice. Oh shit. Oh no! You stupid! You stupid! I worked hard for it and then you just destroy it like that. She does not like. Maybe you like this, huh? Are you jealous of your brother Lucan? Oh. I guess this only. I guess it's only.
So much to us
War.
to put the claw back where it belongs. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
So much for taking care of those thieves. The Riverwood
I keep forgetting I need to press E again.
That makes two of us.
This is the best. So stupid. No.
I came here from the Imperial Province to work with my brother Lucan.
How about basket? Do you like baskets? This one. Oh, this one.
It got bad back in Cyrodiil. The war with the Thalmor ruined
I can't.
everything.
Oh. Wait. If I can just hold this. What if can I? No, I think my brain went elsewhere. Can I do a Tilra space program? Can I do like a Tilra space program? Shit. I mean, bucket's a bit small. Alright, let me get the kettle back. Doesn't imply higher intelligence, she just shakes it off. Maybe. Probably. What if I stand inside the thing and then hold it? Would I fly? Oh my god, if this works, I swear to god. How would I stand on top of it though? Is it even possible to stand on top of it?
And welcome.
Everett Bloodclaw, hi. Thanks for the follow, appreciate. Can I even stand on you? Oh no. Oh. Oh, guess not. Guess I cannot. I dream too much. That was too much of a dream. Hope you're doing good, Everett. Okay, nah. Then I'm gonna go to. If they did not patch it, it should be possible with a bucket. Really? With only a bucket?
Put that down.
Shh. Shh. I'll kill you. I'll bucket. How do I do it though?
Are those parts ready yet?
I can only hammer so fast.
They don't have to be perfect. Just send them over when they're ready.
Ow. Yeah, I don't think it's possible. Oh, maybe I have to use third person? Or how about this? Let's try third person. Does it work? Third person is very janky.
Got to keep my eyes open. Damn dragons could swoop down at any time.
Hey, I'll fucking kill you. Okay, yeah, maybe not. It's okay. It's okay. I never did it, but I think it's done by holding the edge of it. Okay, one more try then. The edge? There's a video of it? Oh my god. I think it's pretty specific. Yeah, I'm kind of curious about it. Bucket needs a handle? Fly with a bucket, you can. Fly with a bucket, you can. That's a nice thumbnail. Oh, the bucket needs a handle.
So in today's
Oh
video,
my
I'm
god.
going to be showing you how you can fly on a bucket in Skyrim. And to do that, you need to come to this location here, just outside Solitude. You need to come to Carlisle's farm, as I am right here, so you need to come here. And what you need to do is you need to get a certain bucket with a handle. And that bucket is right here. So look, it's got a little handle on it. That's very, very important for what we need to do. Because if we have a look, see, like a normal bucket looks like this, but this bucket is tall and has a handle to it. That is what we need to fly. So if we get into a nice big area, now here we'll
Nice
be fine.
spaghetti.
So then what you want to do is you want to drop the bucket on the floor. Ah, see, it landed like that. That's good. So then what you want to do is you want to jump onto it, and whichever way you want to fly. So I want to go towards the left. So what you need to do is you need to jump and you need to stand like in the middle between the handle and the other side. So basically stand in the middle part. And then what you want to do is you want to hold X, well, whatever it says for you on your given console. Then you want to just hold it. And then there you go.
No fucking way.
You can literally fly as high as you want to. And then you can steer it as well.
But how do I
Actually
get
pretty
back
cool.
down?
You do take full damage though, so.
Yeah. It's okay. So it has to be that specific bucket then. Guess we'll do that in the future. Maybe off stream. I don't know if I'll be streaming this more. I want to, but at the same time I feel like this game is eating me. This game is kinda eating me. But then I don't want to stop. Breath of the Wild flying machine is faster. Wait, you can fly in Breath of the Wild? How do I get up there? Stack minecarts and use magnet rune. Don't know what that is, but sounds cool. Peak mining gameplay. Do I have to fight gravity again? Oh god. Oh boy. This is gonna take a long time. Oh shit. Oh, that's terrible. Oh, I'm gonna die. Can you jump? Oh! Is that like a legit way? I don't want to just slam my spacebar for 10 hours trying to get up there. There must be a legit way. Of course it's gonna be a legit way. What am I even saying? This will be a good job for the bucket. Yeah. But there's no bucket with handle. I've been here, right? I wonder if they respawn. Because this is like the first ever small dungeon that I did. Would they respawn? Only one way to find out. Nah, I'm done. I want to cut things. Oh, if the mushroom didn't respawn. It's okay. They respawn after a month or so. Wow. Off topic, but a heads up. What's up? Must want to 10 out of 5 might require MR2 hundo? I think my MR is already 200, so it should be fine. It's just my AR is the problem. My AR is really terrible. Okay, let's check the map, see if I can understand it. So High Hrothgar is here. Seems to me that I need to go from here. What? Imagine not being able to find tempered reasons. Well, it's okay. Oh, wait, am I not supposed to go to High Hrothgar? Speak to the Greybeards, I have to go to Iverstead? Well, that's easier. Iverstead it is. Okay, I'm just gonna go straight through then. That should be the one. Because AR not high enough. Yee. My AR is really low. Since I'm not really into fighting AR stuff, I don't see it as fun if I need to grind the same like monsters that I've fought before. And they are not even that hot looking, like Velkhana or Malzeno. Know I mean? Story progression, lore related ending. Not insanely difficult, just progression. Yeah, it's not difficult. It has some difficulty to it, but it's not like very, very hard. So the pushing it to be requiring something past other parts of the content. Bebe shouting. For whatever the reason. Bebe shouting. A black dragon level threat. That would be fun as hell. I want to get destroyed. I want the game to force me to use every single niche knowledge I have about the game to beat the dragon. That's what I love. I want the game to force me to actually try very fucking hard to win against it. In a very close call. That's what I wish. I love that. The struggle makes it even more worth. Spooter! Spooter! Buck! Spooter! Spooter! I kill Spooter. Okay, Spooter down. You know what? Let's wear our scaled armor. Iverstead is just past this mountain. Maybe I can like run around it. Yeah, you could totally run around it. I saw something. It's a kitty! Oh. Sorry, kitty. So far, based on what we already know 3 monsters coming. I mean, one being Malzeno, Risen Malzeno, or Malzeno variant. I don't know. Just a stronger Malzeno. That's what I know. Although I don't know if that's true. One is Risen Elder, so it's just a toss-up of who they will make to become the BD threat. The Black Dragon threat tier from the 2 or both. Man, both would be cool. It's something like Velkhana, Arch-Tempered Velkhana. Arch-Tempered Velkhana is kind of hard, but it's not as hard as Fatalis. Fatalis is like the most fun I ever had. How long does something like 200 AR take to reach? Assuming someone only uses 1 or 2 types of weapons and is easily happy with not changing armor often. Hard to say, are you being ferried or climbing on your own? For me, I would usually climb on my own now. But that's me. They can do what Iceborne did, Alatron and Fatalis, both black dragons. Yeah! Dude, Alatron is cool. Alatron is great. The noises that Alatrion makes is so hard. those mechanical clacking sounds that Alatreon makes, my god. That's like my first ever Alatreon fight, and jeez. The Coom. Ferried. What's ferried? It's ferried different than carried? I assume it's the same as carried, but I guess I'm wrong. Oh, I just realized this game has overworld music. Because I usually only hear music when there's a fight going on. Or when I'm detected. I assume this way to Iverstead. Yeah, see? Iverstead. Me stupid. No, Pinky, me stupid. Hi, Roxas.
This time I remember to open up voice reader. Hi, Queen. Holy shit, what? All the suckers of air. Hope they're doing good, Queen.
Here before? I mean, surely I've been here before. Used to punch strong. I want to punch very strong. If there's punch, I'll punch. But for now, I'm enjoying two-handed. Cat has claw. Lizard has claw as well. Do they not? I have a steed. Okay, let's go. I have a steed. That's a cave. Cat has better claw. Is it like in this game or in general? Lost knife hideout. Whoa. That's kind of scary. I'm going in. Every 3 or 4 hunts is 1 level. Oh, that's gonna take a bit of a time. I'm here now. Who wants to fight? I don't care who you are. I don't care. I'm gonna cut you. Get cut. Get cut. Get cut. That is right. Whoa. Lost knife cage key? Alright. Would drop to 2 to 3 hunts if multi-monster. No extra conditions. Monster is the tier equivalent to your current level or the highest available. 400 to 500 hours if very very fast. Probably longer. Finding an AR 100 Scorn instead of normal 100 AR Mango. Scorn would give more. Oh god. Hey, you wanna fight? What was that? I don't know. No, no, no. Oh shit. What? That's a lot of damage. E. E. Got him. Oh, they're using Orcish arrow. No wonder it's so painful. Focus on mat farming instead of climb. Oh yeah, true. It makes it a lot less tedious. If you're focusing on like, oh my god, my level is so low, it makes the game a lot less enjoyable. Try to think of it as trying to get the materials to get what you want. Yeah, like Narek said. Oh. Is it a diving platform? Are they a pirate? Do that, you drop the game fast. Don't rush the climb. Oh yeah. Fight me! Come here! Fight me! Nothing here after all. Actually, why not try a little bit of dagger? Let's try a little bit of stealth kill. It's like rushing to MR999 on the first week of Sunbreak. Oh my god, you will abhor the game. You will actually despise the game if you try to do that. Like any small mistake you make in the game, you will hate it forever. if you try to rush level like that, yeah, that's gonna happen. Hey. Do you like this? Do you like getting What do you mean? Get out. Don't even try to shoot me, asshole. I think so. Dwarven bow? Is it stronger? Damage 24. Elven bow 38. Well. Monhan is grindy, but don't overgrind. And title updates are spaced in a way to drip feed, but at the same time set as a pacing gauge. Yeah, I honestly think it's pretty clever that they put it like that. It's pretty good. Although I did see some people already at like MR 999 or some shit. It's like I don't know how much they play the game. Holy fuck. Or even just saying HR 999, it's already like. HR 800, it's not 999. The fuck? Hello? Who's there? Who killed? Hey, hey, hey. Oh my god, that guy's strong. He started Sunbreak at HR 300. Oh my god. I cannot. I think I started Sunbreak at about HR 100 or something. You don't see me. You love Valstrax that much, okay? I don't blame you. I would love Valstrax a lot as well. Yeah, the All Mother theme is too good. Like every time I open up every time I open up My Son to Rise back then, not Sunbreak lah. I open up My Son to Rise and I just fight All Mother to listen to the theme. Did you say that I'm gonna die? Hey, did you say that I'm gonna die? Whatever. I have a surprise for you. Do you want a good surprise? I have a knife in the back for you. Hey, hey. Oh, the damage. The first cut, they still don't know where I cool. Actually, very freaking strong. My god, stealth so good. Just cut them, all the health gone. Get some peasant. Get some. I heard someone talking. I just put the theme in my gathering hub. Wow. Fair enough, fair enough. Couldn't blame you, it's a really good music. Is there Narga jazz theme in the game? Like, is it possible to buy it? Leather strips. Oh, the food is mine. Oh, oh, they're there. Hey, don't worry about your friend dying. Nothing happened. They cook food like that? They just put it on top of the brazier? Barbarians. But then again, they are bandits. Is that a trap? Dude, this is fun. Vigorous healing. Wow, silver ring. I got this close. Maybe we join Monster Hunter franchise once we not in an overgrinding mindset. Oh, sure. I mean, not forcing you to join the Monster Hunter gang. It's totally fine. Only when you feels like it. It's totally fine. It's totally fine. Don't worry about it. Whoa! Stop singing! That's new? Oh, that's so cool! I'm a dagger main now. I'm a dagger main now. I've been converted. Oh, isn't there like a muffled footsteps? I play my son to know the lore. Even from the fights and encounter, you can learn a lot. Yeah. Like Espina stealing themselves to numb the toads. That's so adorable. Knowing about what Espina does to numb the toads, so adorable. And Espina, she's just like the design and behavior wise the most adorable one. Like arguably. I can't say for any other ones. Any other ones are just like very cool, very lovable, right? Very majestic. And then Espina's is like hee hee. Espina's is there, it's like hee hee. I'm gonna gnome the toads. I'm gonna stay still and wait for the toads to come to me. They're also the most grounded frontier OG. Oh, so they don't fly. I mean, does Espina's fly like at all? Uh-oh. Who saw me? Until you see what they do with Brown and White and Meteor. Brown has Meteor Strike. Meteor Strike? What the fuck? Whoa, that's a lot of them. What was that? Yeah, I'm sure someone's here. How do you even see me? Or hear me? The white drops burning ground that lasts forever. God damn! They just know where I am! Oh, 排排坐吃果果，看他们全部过来咯。是想不告你们全部温室。嘿嘿，嘿嘿嘿嘿，嘿嘿嘿嘿嘿嘿。哎，喂！You don't know where I am. This is the best spot ever. Watch me. Trust me. This is the best spot ever. I'm telling you. This is like the best hiding spot ever. No one can tell me otherwise. Alright, look at this. They don't even know where I am. They don't even know where I am. See? I mean, I ran too far ahead, I think. Yeah. Someone totally did not try to cut you in the back. So Flaming Espinas originally could do fireball meteors after this big blast. Oh, they removed that? Ooh. They think that it could be too hard or something? I mean, it sounds good, to be honest. Wow, they don't even know. Shit, they don't even know, man. Jeez. Hello, bye-bye. Hello, bye-bye. Ooh, damn. Oh my god, Digger. Holy shit, Digger, so stonk. Digger, so stonk. Geismagrim has that? Does Geismagrim... Wait, Geismagrim don't have fireballs that leave the ground on fire forever, don't they? I don't think Geismagrim... No, right? Oh, the meteor. Okay, yeah. Yeah, Geismagrim has that. Geismagrim. Sunbreak doesn't have white espinas, only brown. Wait, okay, no enemies around. I'm detected by who? Can you see me? What if I open this gate for you? Will you kill me? I'm pretty sure you will. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna get battle axe. Stand up. Open up. Come here. Mind's playing tricks on me, he says. Oh, you bitch. Oh, you bitch. Oh wait, that's raw. Oh shit. How strong are you? Oh, you're not that strong? Oh! Let's hide for a little bit. I'm pretty sure they don't know where I am. You can't hide from me. Actually, I am, and I can, and I will, and I'm doing it. Gosh, the sneak in this game is so janky. I love it. Okay, where's the other one just now? The one that was shooting at me so happily? Oh! Glass Warhammer? Is that stronger? 51... 58. Oh, I threw the wrong. Nope. Oh my god. Fuck. Oh. Alright, where the fuck's that bitch? Don't even shoot at me when you're over there. Why are you there? What is he doing? I'm the worst archer in the whole wide world. I am extremely terrible. I don't even know. Oh my god. Let's go, Sneak 91. Oh my god. Where was the archer? That one was not the archer.
Jump scare. Got you.
Yeah, I've been got. I've been got a little bit. I'm pretty sure no one's here. Don't worry about it. Marauder seems really fucking strong. Must have been nothing. An arrow through my head. Must have been nothing. Okay, how would I be able to get that guy? That guy seems awfully strong, and I cannot find the one who shot arrows at me. Like, not anymore at least. Do I go head to head against this person? You know what? Let's do it. It's more fun this way. Come here. Stop blocking. Stop blocking. Stop blocking. Maybe I'm way stronger than I thought. Just sometimes I get caught off guard. So was this supposed to be like a Coliseum arena or some shit?
Hello.
Oh.
And welcome.
Stored Ma. Stored Ma. Hi. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate. Oh my god, Mama. Oh, there's more cave? Okay, I'm gonna go back with dresses. This one. Hello, how are you? I'm doing good, Enjoying this game a lot. Definitely not addicted at all. Hope you're doing good. That was close. When do you stop? Oh, perfect. Hey, you. You submit? No. That's one way to fight, right? That's one way to fight. Oh, 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 oh. Oh no, oh no. Cheat, 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 cheat. Yeet. No. Shut up. No one hurt you. You didn't feel a thing. Dude, it feels so good. 69 gold, Lamau. Okay, sure. There's something better than Elven and or Orcish? There's a bit of fish out there always. Yeah, definitely. Oh, is that all the cave? Yeah, that must be all the cave. Alright. Dude, sneaking with dagger is so good. Now to make a dragon bone dagger. Can I make a dragon bone dagger? Okay, where is Iverstead? Okay, just straight over here, and I'll reach Iverstead very fast. Oh, oh. Would you ever use anything else if you were to make a dagger out of dragon stuff? Probably not. It's dragon stuff. Dragon number. I hear dragon. Oh wait, that's not dragon. Where's the burr? I don't see where the burr is. Oh, hey. I gotta try to sneak the burr. Or not. Or not. Okay, okay. Better position, better position. Go, 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 go. Okay, I have still some time. Okay, where this? Where this? Alright, go, 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 go. Kill! Kill! Yeah. Yeah. The bear noises are super loud. They're super loud. What is that? Oh, okay. I honestly do not recognize that as a rabbit. Huh, that's weird. Bit of a cliff. What the fuck? I don't like how sometimes the enemies just come out of nowhere. So scary. Or maybe I'm just jumpy in general. I'm very jumpy. I get scared very easily. That's why I don't really play much horror games, honestly. I don't. Point proven. You bully! I assume this is the right way. Let me check the map. Oh, so it's like there's like stuff like this that goes left and right, that goes up the cliff or the mountain. Give. I won. Although it's kind of hard to get the smith to level 100 now. Because in order to make smith things, to make dragon stuff, I need to be at smith 100. And my smith is at 68. You can create glass armor and weapons and forges, improve them twice as much. And then this one, dragon armor and dragon bone weapon. Improve them twice as much. 68, we need to fix that. We need one more level for the Lamau. I've been watching a lot of Davey 504 lately. Need to get 200 for the dragon? Yeah. I need it. I have huge need. But then again, next thing I fear is that even if I get to, even if I can make the dragon armor and dragon bone weapons, what if I don't have enough? What if they require like 100 to make one? It's like, oh god. Because each dragon gives either 1 or 3. I did get like only 1 dragon bones and scales on the blood dragon, I think. Yeah, there was a blood dragon. Dragon farming. It's tough to kill the dragons. And it pains me to kill the dragons as well. I just want a game where I can just romanticize with the dragon. Is there a word? Romanticize? I hope that's a word. What is that? What are those? Oh. I don't like it. They see me, but they don't care about me. Looks like a whistle or something. That's a nice door. Oh yeah, Romanticize? It's a word? Damn, my English is so good. Deal with or describe in an idealized or unrealistic fashion. Make something seem better or more appealing than it really is. I don't know if that's the word I'm looking for or the meaning I'm looking for. Sounds cool though. Wow, something's happening outside. I don't know if that's police or ambulance, but something's very close by. Uh-oh. Oh, there's a troll. Troll coming. A dragon can be killing your friends and you take pictures and all. Say it applies. Wait, let me read it again. Spread the idealized or unrealistic fashion. Make something seem better or more appealing than it really is. Okay, you know what? Maybe yeah. The last part, the last part, yes. Very actually. The last part is very. Oh. Okay. Very bad, very bad. Quick. They're coming. Kill. Chimavamedium? Chimavamedium? Hello? Orichalcum? Is that how you pronounce it? Orichalcum? I always seen that word, but I don't know how to pronounce that. Orichalcum. Come. Oh, is the post gaming workout? Because I had a pre-gaming workout.
Orichalcum, come.
Come. Thanks, Pinky. So it is Orichalcum. Let's go to Iverstead. Am I close to Iverstead? Yep, very close. I'm gonna... Can I do the workout afterwards? I'll keep in mind, definitely. I'm gonna get to... No, you know what? Once I reach Iverstead, let's do it. Once I reach Iverstead, I'll do it. Then I'll play some more.
Orchicalcium.
Orchicalcium? Hi.
On your way up the 7,000 steps again, Clement?
Not today. I'm just not ready to make the climb to High Hrothgar. The path isn't safe.
Oh.
The Greybeard's expecting some supplies?
Honestly, I'm not certain. I've yet to be allowed into the monastery. Perhaps one day. I wish I could make my deliveries more often, but the roads get dangerous.
Uh-huh.
Orichalcum.
We've reached Iverstead. Hi.
Bears are driving me crazy. This has to be the worst place in Skyrim to run a mill. How am I supposed to do anything with all those bears running around?
Oh, you seem to hate bears? Well, good thing Bear now is not here. I'll kill you.
Are you kidding? Those damn things will drive me right out of business. Tell you what, bring me 10 of their pelts from anywhere in Skyrim. I'll gladly pay you for thinning out the herd.
Do you want me to... But I need the pelts for the leather. I hate you.
Now go give those stupid bears what's coming to them.
Oh, hi Darius. Oh my god, how are you doing? We're coming in. Let me just steal things real quick and I'm gonna do a bit of a workout. You didn't see anything. Oh, thanks, Pinky. Nice. Darius streams. I've been there a few times. Very comfy vibes.
You lost?
I'm always a lurker. I lurk a lot on people's streams. Because I'm just a little bit too shy to interact with other people. But I like lurking. Beef stew? Oh, this one's great.
I help, I do the chores. What else would you have me do?
I know you're
Crab stew?
but for now, while you're under our roof,
Oh.
Yes, mother.
I should kind of cook more, right?
Wilhelm said he's speaking to one of the pilgrims on the 7,000 steps.
I know what you said, but I only wanted to speak to him for a moment.
Well, it stops now. Any idea how I can get my daughter's head out of the clouds?
What do you want? I'm gonna do workout real quick.
Staying safe, I hope.
Why is everyone suddenly congested here? Here. I guess look at this.
Watch the skies, traveler.
Okay. Why have a dagger made of dragon stuff when you can use a dragon's talon with the back end wrapped in cloth as a dagger? Oh, that sounds really good. Look at Faustrak's talon still daggery. It's like a very makeshift dragon dagger. It sounds so good though. Become tiny dragon. Here. I'll put it here. Hey, you guys can look at my character. Look at my character. Look at my Argonian. Look at Lovers of Dragon Queen. Let's become stonk. Faustrak's cannon can make a Theostra's flame pierce. Wait, can it? Is that one of the materials for Toasty's flame piercer? Cool. If Narix don't know about this, Narix is not a real Monster Hunter veteran. My god. Yeah. Oh, I need to catch my breath a little bit. The other trial requires Faustrak something to reach the Final Tier 7 upgrade. Usually something common. Talent skill spine shell. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, Narix is a true Monster Hunter veteran. Because I don't know about that. I mean, not that I'm a Monster Hunter veteran. I'm Bebe at best. Oh! To catch my breath. Oh good, oh good.
Have to let Fastred follow her heart. You can't tell her what to do. She's our only child, Cody. Am I to throw her to...
Oh. How's the journey going? Okay. I pressed the wrong thing. I'm gonna cry. Sorry. Hi, Sir Easy Tiger. Hi, hi.
Hello.
Journey's going well. Let me catch my breath real quick. Oh. I did a bit of a workout just now. Just a little bit.
No, I can't bear the thought.
Foxy Jason. Hi. Thanks for the follow. The journey has been quite sneaky, I would say. Very sneaky. So sneaky that my sneak is at 91. Oh my god. But yeah, it's quite sneaky. And going quite well as well.
Hello. And welcome.
Easy Tiger, thank you for the follow as well. Appreciate. And now I'm just trying to get to... here. Hi Hrofka. Hi Hrofka. But then there's like a bunch of things I can do here.
Why you bullying me?
Oh, I'm not bullying anyone. Something that needs killing.
Emotional damage.
Buns. Hey yo Buns. Hey yo Bnoy. How you doing, Foxy Jason? Oh, I'm slowly catching my breath. All good, all good. Ooh, I have more killing to do? Oh yeah. This time I'm going in.
Love your VTuber, very cool.
Wow. Thank you. I made this on my own. Albeit right now it's moving at 4 frames per second. Don't worry about it. I have VC Face working on absolute dog shit, so all good. Thank you though, I really appreciate it. Who won fight? Who won fight? Oh my god, mama. Why can I kill you? Oh my god, mama. Thanks, Breen. Thanks, Breen.
Remember to hydrate to rack up massive chances of continued survival for the next few days.
Oh, hell yeah. Be sure to hydrate. Not for me, but all of you as well. Hydrate, very important. What do I do with this? Oh, cool. Oh. Okay. How is the cooldown for text to speak? Text to speak has 1 second cooldown. But don't abuse it too much. Because I can and will. I can and will silence it if it gets too much. But feel free to go ham with it. Oh god. You know what, honestly, I do love a good old text to speech most of the time.
I would never abuse it. I'm a good snake viewer and have never been annoying smiley face.
That is true. That is true. Breen is never annoying. Whoa, mama. Let's see if you remember. What did Maltino find the R10 weapon require?
So
What?
at Greenland.
Maltino final weapon needs Horn of Melis.
Go, do you need any help with Skyrim?
Nah, I'm good. I'm good. This is my first blind run and I'm enjoying it so far. Thanks for the offer. I appreciate. Yeah, I do remember Horn of Melis.
Go, do you need any help with your taxes?
Yes, please help me pay them. Pay them for me. Yeah, I don't want to file my taxes. GST, SST sucks. Oh shit, hi, ow.
No. The flow of water goes whooshish, now drink some water
No.
and eat some food.
No. I love I just no. Yeah, why am I even hiding? You know what? Let's play with Decker. Do you like Decker? Because I do. There's no enemies so far. Oh my god.
I'm gonna morb. Uck.
I'm gonna morb. Ugh. No, that's not a morb roar. That's a. Oh, hi. Wait, I was killing you. Oh my god, mama. Yeah, now there's the morb roar. No, you're wrong. I'm not here, stupid.
Whoa woof. Whoa woof.
No, I'm not here. Whoa, wolf. Oh god, Breen. Breen became Doggo.
Whoosh. Nayum zoom. Nayum whoosh.
Nayum. God damn it, text to speech. Come on, man. Nayum? Really? New. Zoomies. People are doing the zoomies, huh? Alright, where's that?
Meow 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 nya meow.
Where did the ghost go? No, I cannot dagger him. Oh wait, maybe I can. Okay, look at his biggest brain. No, that's the wrong one. Look at this, guys. The biggest brain. I shot the other way around though.
Yumi's got the zoomies.
Wee. You don't
Gasp,
know that I'm
haha,
here.
The TTS did a funny wow.
Yumi got the zoomies. Why is everyone a mage? Everyone's a mage. The ghosts don't call people fool. Don't ask. Don't ask.
Drink some water, you must eat some food, you will use the force, you can't Ella cricket Darth Vader, you cannot Vader as your father, he is Obi-Wan Kenobi as Ghost he is.
Huh? Wow, stink. This game's the best.
These were the ghosts that you can suplex in unarmed cuz they're technically people, which was hilarious.
Oh, really? Let's do it. I assume I have to be unarmed, right? So I need a lot more defense. Shut the fuck up. I do need Orc Flesh, I feel like. Here, let's cast Orc Flesh far. Because they're a mage and I hate it. Here comes the flying technique. The flying technique. only the one and only Argonian.
All good, all good. It's official text on the internet. Oh god. It's mine. Punch! 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 I don't like mage. They cheese. They fucking healed. Force healed. Stop it. What happened to your leg? What do you mean what happened to my leg? My leg's still good. My leg's still pretty good. They might be a little bit janky, but I assure you they're working well. Alright, head over your variables, I got you.
This is what Go sounds like IRL. It's great.
I'm sure. I'm sure. No, this I'm gonna be cutting. Bitch! 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 Okay, fine. Something like this. I ate my spare mic? There, we did it. Oh yeah, thanks for it. It's okay. It's gonna take some time. Don't worry about it. I know we met a long time ago. I understand. That's why it's okay. Don't worry about it. So I'm looking for a switch around the money. I'm just hearing more from this one. My stomach? Maybe. Unintentional foreigner. Oh, lucky. Have you ever wondered, what about you? Oh, fuck. I guess it's trailing someone else. Is there any other enemy around here?
Other than that bitch? No, right? Yeah, let's quick save here. Let's just quickly be done with this Tossing curse. Okay. I'm gonna use my phone for this just because I'm so lazy to just go to heckin' marathon timer just to do it. So much curse you have. Where's my timer? I mean, although this is not... No, the timer is not automated. I don't know how. I mean, me speaking Chinese is not even a curse, honestly. 现在我讲华语了哈，如果你们... Oh, I still have to... I still have to... Hi. There, I speak Chinese. Do you want timer? I'll put the timer there. Let me just go to... I'm gonna do it. Let me go to marathon time. Fuck. I mean, I already set the time. It's okay. I should make this automated. To be completely fair. Or redeem, start app for timer or something. But it's a web page. You see, the timer is for the web page, marathon timer. I mean, if it's not for a web page, then maybe? Timer plus some audio blip. Oh, I can do that.
Let me be timer.
You wanna be timer? 8.
Not. Not.
Okay, don't nut me twice. 哎，你不要 nut 我2次，我酷哦。 你看我现在是一个 Kobo， 我酷哦，我跟你讲，那 Kobo 只像是一个小孩子这样。H， 你看你丢一个波哥你就 miss 掉了。我讲华语啊，你们听不懂的话，你们全部都怪哪里就好了。我。喂。I'm on mobile, I can't see it. 看不到 ，Oh my god! Hello， 不要嘞，等下我哭哦。Nothing. Oh my god！ 哎，回你的家啦，真的是。哦，如果我用这个的话，它会paralyze 吗？哇，如果会 paralyze 的话，有点好笑哦。鬼应该不会 paralyze 欸。如果我用这个它 paralyze 的话，是有点搞笑。看啊，我试试看呢。那可以顺便 heal 你一下，真的是干塞。你不是鬼来的咩？哦，你不是鬼啊？怎么你装鬼骗人呢？那这个你自己找来的哦。Appear spectral for 30 seconds。哦，Well， 那这个就不关我的事了哦。这个嘞，就是他自己装鬼啊，我都没有办法。而且他看到我就要杀我，我都没有话讲了。啊，什么理由啊？你做鬼 ？Morning Star success. See, keep the riches for all the support will fall. I'm the guardian of Shroud Hearth Barrel. 哦，所以他不是 Act 1啊，他是被 curse 嘛。讲真，我也是懒惰念完那些书，太多字了。字太多，我不想念。看到太多字，我会想吐。You need the sapphire claw？ 什么鬼我都没有。在他房间呢、啊。这个是门来的呢。这个不是门来的咩？感觉好像没有在这边呢。还是我有 miss 掉一些东西？我觉得可能我是 miss 掉一些东西在那个 town 那边哦 ，miss 掉。出去先哦。你讲真，这边我也没有看到什么 sapphire claw。OK 了，出去先。我还以为什么怪物好给我杀，真的是，结果就有一个装鬼的人呢。其实也是我直接上去，直接去 High Hrofgar，speak to the Greybeards。Greybeard 他们讲是这边上吗？
Don't suppose you'd enchant my sword. That old blade can barely cut butter.
Hands to yourself, sneak thief.
哇，乱来！什么鬼 sneak thief 啊，我都没有做事情。
You don't look like a pilgrim. Why bother
If I were
visiting
you,
Michael's Dead?
I'd keep away from the barrow on the east side of town. It's haunted.
哦，这个不是我刚才去的地方哎。
There ain't much more to tell. They're haunted, and you should stay away. Look, I've seen one of the spirits with my very own eyes. When it glared at me, I swear it burned right through my soul. Fortunately, they seem to be sticking to the barrow. I think they're guarding it. Certainly isn't helping my business any. Who'd want to rent a room anywhere near a haunted barrow?
啊，但那个鬼是假的哦。
Let me see that. I can't believe this. It was all just a fabrication of this Windelius character. I can't believe we were so stupid. Well, least I can do is give you something for taking care of him. If you won't accept it as a payment, consider it a gift.
哦，诶 ，OK， 这样我就拿到 Sapphire Dragon Claw 咯，所以我就可以进去了啦。OK 了。
If you're headed up to the monastery, watch your step. That's all.
Say hi, Hrothgar again. Hi, Hrothgar. 怎么嘞 ？Hi, Hrothgar 哦。那我讲的有一点怪懒哈。现在我就可以回去了。哇，麻烦的这个真的是还要我进来，然后再进来。哎。
Beep beep, beep beep. Time of Malaysian Chinese is over.
Okay.
Beep beep, beep beep.
Thank you.
It is now time for English with a Russian accent again. Beep,
English
beep,
with
boop,
Russian
boop.
accent. Russia. Why Russian though? I don't know anything about Russian. It's one way to say in between Chinese. I always want to hear something in English in the middle of another language. I know, right? It's always fun to hear something like that as well. Like someone speaking their native language and then suddenly English barges in. It's like, yeah. I personally find it kinda cool. Kinda cool. Okay, this one I need to... Alright, not this time. This time I know what to do. Where's the claw? I have the golden claw with me, I think. Oh yeah. So, not the golden claw, I need the sapphire one. Ah. So it's bird cocoon something. Butterfly cocoon. Butterfly cocoon. Oh, that's a wolf. Nice. Nah. 里面应该有东西要杀了诶。玩 dagger。Alright, time for dagger. I'm gonna try to sneak kill most of them as much as possible. Just because killing with a dagger just feels a lot more satisfying.
Meint das so? Ach mit sprechen wie Deutsch? Wenn da jetzt ein Wort wie Butterfly Cocoon drin ist, za das ach.
What? I don't understand any of those. Oh shit, I think these are all enemies. What was that? Why do you look like that? Why are you so janky? Why do you attack so janky? Enemy. There's no way. Am I getting jabrated? No, I'm not getting jabrated. Kill! Despite the senses you have? God damn. Kill! If it works, it works, man. Oh boy. They're all looking at this way. Why? I mean, they're not exactly looking at this way, but they're looking in this general direction. I don't appreciate that. Go. Kill! You don't know where I am. Kill! Oh, nice. Oh my god, mama! Walao, Roxas. Scared shit out of me. Can I jump?
Sauerkraut Krankenwagen Tisch Stull Magazine.
Kill!
Stillies Wasser. Stealth Power Go. Raumen auf wie Experte.
Another mage, goddamn. Restore 2 stamina per second. Crab stew, beef stew. That should be good. You don't know where I am? You and your piece of heckin' mage? I hate you.
Engage Fist. Cast Punch.
They are too strong. This one is too strong. I cannot cast punch. No, you don't know where I am. You piece. No, wait!
Cast Fist then.
Kill! 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 They didn't give it to me. I'm upset. What? I'm upset. Cast Fist then. Maybe your armor has to be higher. There's an unarmed level? Well, I know what to do now. But the damage that I do is really sad. Well, I guess I have to do this then. Alright, let's try our best. Someone wants to fight? Did someone trigger a trap? Kill! Kill! All good. I forgot that there's a heavy armor feat that makes your gauntlet apply deal damage. Gauntlet. No unarmed skill tree Sage. Oh, it's so Sage. I mean, at least I have alteration. So that one is only on heavy armor. Do you guys have Lusty Argonian Mate perchance? I might need a bit of a, you know, Lusty Argonian Mate book. I need it for reasons. Oh, hey. Oh my god, how many is there? Now I think I can punch all of them. Might be a little scary. How do I even punch all of them? Oh wait, those are all oil. Guys, do you want to see the most epic oh, epic epic. I punched them to death. Only base armor of the glove is applied in that skill. So the only good way to amp it is enchants. So no actual skill tree that has punches. Gosh, game, give me punch skills, jeez. I don't know which one is which skeleton. Fire epic. I think this is a good way to level out my light armor and also alteration. Punch! 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 Wait a minute, you're so fucking strong. Heal! Run! Oh fuck! Punch, punch, punch. Oh my god, that's so shaky. Punch, punch, punch. Punch. This is so painful. Yeah. Let's go get shit on. Maybe finish your heavy attack. Oh, okay, I'll do it next one. Oh, that might be it. Oh, crap. There has to be mods that has like a modded punching skill tree, question mark? Skyrim has huge mod potential. Last night I browsed a little bit of mods. Two-handed heavy. Easy game. Mods many? Yeah, I saw a lot of mods. And a lot of them is quite spicy as well. I'm quite surprised. Hey, you want to trigger your own trap? Oh, you want to trigger your own trap? I'll trigger it for you. You're welcome. Naked mods? Yeah, a lot. Do you mean those are spicy? Yeah. And then they're really thirsty about it too. They're not just like naked, but they're mega thick. Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Oh shit. Sorry. Whoa, that's so painful. Nice. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Uh-oh. No, no. Wake up. Wake up. Ow, fuck. No. 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 Don't block, it's illegal. Heavy. Heavy. Oh shit. They don't do it. I'm upset. I tried so hard and got so far. In the end, it doesn't even matter. Oh my god. Maybe I need to sneak punch them? These mods are not only naked, they're also fucky? Really? There's animation? There's custom animations for them? Holy shit! You bought the game to press buttons and smash, not to have someone block you? Yeah, I know, right? Gee. Block spammer, I cannot believe it. Four sneaks. For Breen. What am I doing? Did zombie laughed hard and now keep blocking all your attacks? I know, right? Jeez. Super rude. Like, it's like they keep blocking my electrics. And I cannot keep the pressure on. It's like, what the fuck, man? Rude. What did I do here? Oh my god, that's so... Hi! Oh, hi! Am I not supposed to be here? Guess not. Why is there a door locked there though? Blocking is cheating? Yeah, that's the thing. Who blocks? Jeez, I don't get it. I sound like the green ranks. Blocking is cheating. You know, in Tekken green rank. Yeah. What's with this? Oh, I can just open it. Oh, wait a minute. Hi, wait. No, you don't see anything. Bye. Let me close the door real quick. Don't worry about it. Okay, all good. Where's the button? Okay, the button's here. Hi, Shy Skeletor. Hello, how you doing? Oh, they don't go that far. Welcome to my sneak level 92 blind. And now I'm trying to suplex people, but I don't know how to do it. How strong are they? They seem to know magic as well. What the fuck? What is that? Oh shit, I think I need to actually try hard. Dude, that guy's summoning things now? Holy shit. They're activating Game Shark? I cannot believe it. Alright, you piece. Nice. power of elemental fury. Feels good, man, being able to cut that fast using a elven battle axe. I'm in pain at the moment, but playing Skyrim to ignore it? Oh, gee. Well, I don't know what kind of pain that is, but I'll be feel better soon. What am I looking at? Oh! Oh, dolphin? Dolphin what snake? Dolphin what snake dolphin? Dolphin bird snake dolphin? Okay. Dolphin bird snake. Oh shit, you're already snake. Bird. Dolphin. Hey. Easy. It's a sore throat at the moment, can't talk in real life. Oh. The sore throat season. It seems a lot of people are getting sore throats, true. Even I at some point got it like last week? Yeah, last whole week I have it. It's quite terrible. But now I'm feeling much better. Ooh. Ooh. Looks like my sneak bow is still pretty good. I can open it? Uh-oh. What is that? We can watch it together afterwards. Oh. How big is this place? Oh no. Oh no, how many? Oh, that is kind of scary. Okay, but whoa. This thing, I think this one I have nowhere to go. They're so gonna lock this door like just now. So, let's get ready. In terms of food, I can eat this one first. Then potions. Can get this, and this. Then do oak flesh. And then I'm just gonna cut them. Heal! 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 Alright, who else? Who else? Heal! Kill! Kill! Oh, no. Kill! That's right. Kill! Kill! Oh, yeah! Oh, shit, oh, shit. Whoa! Oh shit. Kill! Woo! Wait a minute. Oh. Elemental Fury. OP. Own ancient Nord Great Sword of Frost. Oh my god, that's so hard to pronounce. Hello. Damage 42. It's like weaker than mine. Well, I think I killed all of them. I thought they're all gonna be like super tough like restless Droger. I'm glad they're not. Oh, hi again, Taro. They all got destroyed before they even wake up. He's good, man. Is the difficulty still adept? Yeah. Am I getting too stonk now? Because I'm wearing an armor? I should have used the dress then. Alright, time to look good again. I should be looking good. I'm too stonk. Oh, Kobo is too stonk. I cannot believe it. Ooh. Whoa. Extreme illusion? Killing dungeon bosses is 4 seconds? Yeah. Might be a little bit too strong. Lockpick, steel arrow, iron boots, no. I want this one. This one seems to sell for a lot. Hi? What can I sell? Oh, not sell. What can I throw away? I think there's something in the miscellaneous that I can throw away. I mean, there's like a lady that needs 10 cave bear pelt. Gosh. It's fine. Why is there no lusty Argonian maid? Like, I played this game for a while, there's only... Oh god. I only see one of them. Oh, it's a new word! Hi. What do you want to give me? Kind's peace? Oh, what does that do? Shouts. The voice soothes wild beasts who lose the desire to fight or flee. Oh. So once I shout this one, they just like, oh, kill me, it's fine. That's kind of fucked. Just a little bit. Oh, there's something there. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, this is so... Oh my god, I'm having headache looking at it. There's nothing that can make me jump further, isn't it? I mean, if there is, then I'll be able to get that glass weapon. See that one? I kinda want it. Maybe wonder how difficult Skyrim can actually be when one just works with the difficulty settings while playing optimally. And I think I'm playing quite optimally, question mark? Just remember the name of the cave, you might come back for it. Oh, I mean, the cave is in Iverstead. From me saw, it's really easy to be too strong for everything. Kinda is. For like a first timer like me, and I can just like become this stonk by accident. Yeah, this says something about the game, doesn't it? Oh! Oh, I'm back here. Okay. Then I guess it's time to go back to Iverstead. Iverstead. Now, I still remember when I first started this game, I was struggling so hard on pretty much everything. And now I'm just killing things left and right, one shot everything. Well, not everything, but lots of things. How about this? There's a cave nearby. That cave nearby.
Don't think you can barter with me like I'm one of those damn shopkeepers.
What are you trying to say? Okay, I'll teleport. I'll teleport to Whiterun. Or teleport to Dragon's Reach. And gonna clean up my inventory real quick. And I'm gonna go do one more cave. And I think, yeah, I should call it a day. And then I promise. Can I promise about this? I don't know. I feel like the Skyrim addiction is still in my head. Like I really need to do art. Well, no, don't say that. One more cave. Yeah. For real, one more cave. Oh, I already got this. One more cave, surely. Yeah. Hey, Farenga, wake up.
Come to Dragon's Reach to discuss.
Yeah.
To master the arcane arts.
Do you need this book? Here, you can have it. You love challenges, do you? I kinda do, yeah.
You should join the Mages College in Winterhold.
You have an idea? Ooh. Alright, what is it? Oh, it's nighttime. Yeah. If it's nighttime, I cannot sell things. I need money. How much money do I have? Only 16,000? Oh, God, not enough. I need more. Kobo requires shiny. I need shiny.
I ain't done nothing.
Okay, let's just sleep. Okay, it's 1 a.m.
What can I get you? Sure thing. It's yours for.
Thank you.
Your room, right this way.
Sleep until 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Let me know if there's anything else you need.
Alright, bye.
You know what's wrong with
What are you saving money for? Hoard. I like money.
People have forgotten humor, poetry, and romance. I love a good
Since I'm not making any potions for now, so I'm not gonna stop by Arcadias for now. Okay, give me all your pelts. Oh, 2 more pelts? Oh, easy job. This counts? Oh, that counts! I need 1 more. Oh my god. Okay, don't... Oh, since when I took this. No wonder I'm so heavy. Can sell this. $600. You can have it. I have an idea. Let's go to Riverwood. Riverwood has the another shopkeep, right? They should sell at least 1. bear pelts. Understandable? Nah. Just gonna get that gold. Gold nice, gold good.
Heard they're reforming the Dawn Guard. Vampire hunters or something. In the old fort near Riftwood.
It means so much
Thank
to us
you.
to have the claw
Take
back
a
where it
look.
belongs.
Don't worry about your golden claw, it's gone. I took it. I mean, what? Okay, all good, all good.
All right then.
Now that's 10 bear pelts. Let's go back to Iverstead. Carry weight? Yeah, looks good enough. Once I gave 10 bear pelts to that lady, should be fine. Where's the lady?
Those bears are making Miss Timber so angry.
Miss Timber.
Get an axe and bring me all the wood you can chop. Nice to finally meet someone who can follow simple instructions.
Wow, I will
Here's
kill
your
you.
reward, as promised. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to get back to work.
That's it? You gave me one iron war axe for 10? 10 bear pelts where I can have like multiple iron daggers? You piece. Oh, this sucks. Oh my god, this is so terrible. I'll kill the bear for... I'm not even gonna give you the pelt anymore, you bitch. God. There's 2 caves around. Let's go this way. See that cave there? I'm going to that one. It shouldn't be too far off. Uh-oh. Very, very nice. Is that... Oh, that's how you get them! Am I gonna get killed by bees? So that's how you get bees. Oh my god. Beehive, thank you. Okay. I'm gonna try to speedrun this. Well, not speedrun. I'm just gonna go in, use my battle axe, cut everything down, all good. Alright? Not even gonna try to hide anymore, just go in, cut them. Kill them! Kill! 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 Did my light armor just increased? Also, what did Pinky? What did you say? I missed it. Idea has been done. Ooh, okay. The Locks room. Let's read that. Nice. Oh, it's just a cave with 2 bears. And I just killed the 2 bears like that. I'm too strong. I'm even wearing just a dress. Oh, that looks good. A little bit too bright, but man, that looks good. I mean, it's too bright. Probably because I have the brightness on maximum. Well, that's a short cave. That's a really short cave. Bears are merely small annoyances at this point. They still do quite a bit of damage to me, not gonna lie. I could tame them with the power of oak flesh. And I can see why whoever that lady was is so upset about bears. Yeah, there's quite a bit of a bear outside here. But now it should be fine. Let me read your idea. But a duel of art to get your creativity flowing? You want a duel of art? But there's no topic though. Based on that? Gosh, it's been a while since I last dabbled in art. Like, for real, I did not even touch any art, like, at all. You're the art. I'm not. I mean, I kinda am, but at the same time, I really... Maybe I am. But not as good of an artist. A little bit of an artist. Just a little bit. I mean, I could whip up something real quick after the stream. In MS Paint, right? you want it to be done in MS Paint? I think after dinner should be good. Your choice. You know, let me try to do it in MS Paint then. Damn, MS Paint's probably gonna be very scarily bad. Probably gonna be not good, but I think it's good to do art for a little bit since it's been like literally months I haven't touched any art at all. It's gonna be like Clay who's like, do whatever you think is right when the artist asks for details. Honestly, I did that before as well. And I think some artists like that, it gives them more freedom. Albeit some artists might feel a little bit overwhelmed because they don't know what to do and they don't know if what they're doing is what their clients like or not. Know what I mean? Okay lah, I think I'll stop here for now. Time. It's 7:43. It's 7:43. Ah! All good, baby. All good. Oh my god, mama. You fuck. I'll punch you. I can abuse my mod. I can abuse my streamer power. Farming hurt is mostly annoying because the client didn't give much to work with. Yeah, that also. At least have a general idea of what you want. I mean, can you consider that a cave just one more? I want to, but this is like the first time I feel hunger wins. Right, hunger actually won. So I want food. Just kidding. You just hit me with a JK. Wow. JK, hee hee. Enough a good old JK. There, I'm here now. I forgot to change the screen. Don't worry about it. Okay, all good. Thank you for streaming. Have a good meal. Thanks for stream. Thank you. Thank you guys being here. Appreciate all of you. Here, at the same time, let me open up some music. Monster Hunter Swing? Oh yeah. Let us listen to Monster Hunter Swing. $47. Dang, this was 8 years ago. Oh, that's so loud. Whoa. Oh, it's Profile Hero. No wonder it's so big. Okay, let me look for a raid target. I need to adjust my mood. Like, I need to adjust that I don't get too engrossed in Skyrim too much, because I feel like it's hindering me from doing art like at all. So maybe, just maybe, tomorrow and the day after I'll go ape shit on Skyrim. Like, if I get a chance to, I'll go ape shit on it. Adjusting mood is to be addicted to Monster Hunter again? Hopefully not. I mean, at least, okay, wait, how about, like, at least Monster Hunter is, like, manageable addiction. Like, Skyrim, for whatever reason, Skyrim makes me want to keep going non-stop. Maybe because, like, Skyrim has all the things that I can do. There's so many endless possibilities the things that I can do. Right, something like that just makes me want to play the game even more. So I think that's a little bit different in terms of, like, the addiction between the addiction of Skyrim and the addiction of Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter, at least, like, I'm essentially doing the same thing over and over again for Monster Hunter. I just like to look at dragons, that's it. So that's why I love Monster Hunter so much. And not saying that the game is boring, it's not. It's fun as hell. It's a really great game. It's very, very nice. So yeah. Barnaby or Hibley? Barnaby or Hibley? I mean, I did raid Barnaby 2 days ago, I think. Maybe Hibley? I mean, I feel like I have a lot of chance to raid Barnaby on... Barnaby streams on Saturday, Sunday, Monday, if I remember correctly. Let's raid Hibley. I wouldn't say Barnaby streams a lot. It's more like Barnaby streams right after I'm almost finished. So yeah, chances are that I'll get a lot more chance to raid Barnaby, and that's good, right? That's good. When in doubt, Barnaby, right? Skyrim gives you new, while still somewhat repetitive content everywhere. It's not a gameplay variety miracle, but it has a lot of writing. It's, I mean, yeah, it's repetitive, but just something about them is fun. Like what I did today is just I'm going to caves and going to cave. More caves, kill things, more caves. I think, yeah, that's pretty much what I do. But they make it kind of fun. And what I did was making more potions, trying to make more money. That's about it, I think. Yeah, that's about it. But it's fun. I like it a lot. It's really good. But yeah, I need to do art. I need to do art. Okay, at least I need to do the ref sheet for Tiora, right? For a reason, right? I'm not gonna say what the reason is, but for a reason I need to make the Cobalt ref as soon as possible. So maybe, yeah, this Thursday I'll definitely get back to art. Like, I promise I'm gonna do art, right? At least do a little bit of art if I still feel that I want to do Skyrim. Yeah, binary stuff and Cobalt stuff, yeah. Made 2 of those, right? 2 of those. Need to do them. Yeah, I think that's about it. I'm gonna do art. Definitely. Gonna do art this Thursday. No, sorry. Yeah, hungry is setting in. I don't know why I'm talking anymore. Okay, let me just plug everything real quick. Let me just summon this. Let me just summon Bernie. Yeah, there it is. Thank you, Pinky. And the compatible, yeah, compatible. I'm not gonna read that. Actually, I'm gonna read that. No, I'm not. You know what? I'll do it. Hey, Chad. Did you know that in terms of kobold and dragon relations, Tiora is the most compatible kobold for dragons? It's true. Look at this pretty girl we got. She has horns. I mean, yeah, it can do a lot of things with those horns. I mean, they are long. It looks like they're kind of rounded on the tips, you know? You could do a lot of things with them, like handlebars when you take your dragon boyfriend on and off a motorcycle. Instead of holding a waist, they could hold your horns. Very cool. Very cool Tiora lore. It's not Tiora, I don't know. Oh my god. Alright, here's Bernie, right? Here's Bernie. Bernie, tell them.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. Alright. What else? I think that's about it, right? There's no... Oh, there's one of mine. I heard there was one of mine. Let's raid Hibley. Let me type in the raid to Hibley real quick. Raid. Hiblivious. Okay, got him. Okay, I type in the raid. So, before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. You guys are all amazing, right? Keeping amazing. Know that you guys are all loved. You guys are all valid. You guys all matter. Alright? You're all valuable. Love you all so much. And here comes the raid to Hibley.
Hey chat, did you know? Strummer streams every Monday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and sometimes on Wednesday.
Yeah.
All streams start at the same time, except Wednesday. Those Wednesday streams are rare and random and start about 12 hours later.
Yeah, because Wednesday I have work in the morning and I have to wait until night. Once I'm like after dinner and stuff, and I feel like, hey, I want to do some streams that day. So sometimes, yeah, Wednesday streams will happen. But I don't know about this week. We'll see. Also, yes, Corporate says hi. Thanks, Pinky. For the notify. Corporate says hi. You know, yesterday my Corporate says hi got butterfied. So we all sent the butterfied. I think it was Cobalt Raid. Cobalt Raid or something like that. Sacrilege Cobalt. Okay, then I'm just gonna wait for the time to go down. And of course, if you want to lurk at Hibley's channel, if you want to lurk at his channel, be sure to click on his profile icon twice so that you will count as a real viewer. And of course, if you want to like mute the tab, you want to like mute the tab, not the video, right? So see you guys on Thursday. Be safe, everyone. Bye 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 bye. Good night. Oh.